some guy, Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this. Two. Hello, check. Hello. 2. Hello, folks. Hello, friends. What's up? How's it going? Are you with me, chat? Chat seems a little lethargic today. Let's try and pick up the energy levels. Sound off in the chat if you are with me, and if you're excited for a brand new episode. A brand new episode of TRRS. Just keep growing it out in Diet Blonde. Time for Dirtbag Rob. Honestly, Marty, there's a part of me that wants that. I just don't think it's in the cards. Like, again, I gotta get some like serious like photos done for my ID that I'm gonna have for the next like few years. You know, I can't have bleached long hair in this. You know, I can't do that. Thank you for the raid, by the way, Lodan. I hope that this stream was good. Tits from Lodan. Very interesting. Did you see that Pixel Rob of the Friendship Triangle Nation died? No, I didn't, but I don't know if I approve of that, though. You want to look cool for the next few years. I just don't think it's a good idea. Maybe one day. I don't know. There's definitely a part of me that is intrigued by that. Believe me. Believe you me. You know? Part of me wants to just keep growing my mustache back to where it was before and just grow my hair all down to like my shoulders. And I can look really like a huge dirtbag. Like, this is nothing. What you see now is nothing. I'm fairly clean shaven as well right now. Mostly cleaned up over there. This is nothing though. I could really increase the dirtbag factor significantly. But I just don't think I'm going to do it. I think I'm a responsible adult. You know, I've got to go pick up my kid from school and stuff. I don't know. I can't be looking like that. You know? I thought we discussed this last time. You immediately regretted cutting your hair and shaving. I did look back. When I look back on the VODs, you see the shift over. And when I see the day before and I see the day after, I'm just like, oh, God. What did I do? We fear change. That's right. Hey, Marina, how's it going? Marina, is it your birthday? Did I see you tweet that, or were you just saying that, or is that a real thing? Is it really your birthday today? Oh my goodness, Marina. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. I can't do the whole song. Okay, that's all you get. That's all you get. You just get that one little bit. I don't lie about my B-Day like you. That's true. I do that. I do that. That's true. But I hope you have a good birthday. I know you're like on vacation now or something, or doing something cool, so I hope you have a nice time. I hope you have a nice birthday. So I don't know. I think I am going to get my hair cut this week. And honestly, like it's too much. Like, look at this. Like, what is this? What is this now? You know? This is too much. It's too much hair. Happy birthday, Marina, from Stalinist Babushka. From Stalinist Babushka. Some of us are losing our hair, and Rob has too much. Yeah. My body is all getting older in different ways. The hair situation is holding fast. The knee and the foot situation is decades ahead of schedule. Decades ahead of schedule. That part. The hair is doing okay. Birthday tunes with Alan Dulles. Wow, that's a good one. It's my birthday coming up pretty soon. Not right away. But 2 months. Less than 2 months.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Brian, thank you for the gifted sub. And thank you for the 200 friend coin. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Brian.
We use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Smooch.
I thought I would at least be in my 40s by my first sneezing-related injury.
You can count
33
on me.
Apparently been the year. The sneezing injury.
To talk you through all this.
And thank you, Marina, for gifting subs on their birthday. What the fuck? What's up with that? Oh my goodness. Just enough time to open a P.O. box for gifts. I don't even need to do that, fart party. I do have an Amazon wish list.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the
account. I do have an Amazon wish list. Not that I talk about it very much.
Soon I discovered that this rib thing was true. Jerry Lee Lewis was the devil. Jesus an architect previous to his career as a prophet. All of a sudden, I found myself in love with the world. So the only thing that I could do was rob a lob my lob a rob lob rob.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you for the 300 friend coin, Brian. And it's true. More and more people are saying this. More and more people are saying this. Pulling an oblique muscle sneezing is one of those moments. I haven't had a sneezing related injury, but I got some fucked up like circulation issues or something with my nerves or something. Sometimes when I have like a really bad sneeze, I don't know if anyone else gets this or if this is just me. Like maybe I'm dying. I don't know. But if I have a really bad sneeze, my arms afterwards will have this like dull ache for like 2 to 3 minutes afterwards. Does anyone else have that? Is that just me? I sneeze and both of my arms are like, they like this like dull, slowly spreading pain through my arms. I had a minor tweak in the sneeze my body thought was the equivalent of getting thrown off the top of the Hell in the Cell. Well, that's the thing. I'm really lucky. Like, I am turning 40. I am turning 40 pretty soon, but my back so far is okay. Like, overall, my back is all right. Maybe my neck is fucked up, and maybe that's the reason I'm getting these pains in my arms and whatever, but my back so far is all right. It's my knees. My knee and, like, my... That was from pre-COVID, Carnova. My knee... My feet, my ankles, that's all just fucked. It's just fucked. I just want to chop them off. If I could go like full cyberpunk and get like cybernetic legs now, I would do that in an instant. I'd be just like, take off the whole lower half of my body. You know that? Take it. Where are my robot knees for real? Maybe below the knee. I still have pretty good... I feel like my legs are aesthetically pretty decent. So it's not like I'm dying to get rid of them, but it's just... God, I would love to have some robot limbs now. After 50, the knees get really fucked. Well, that's the thing. It's like my knee is already completely messed up. I've talked about it before, but just if you see me ever go down the stairs, it's not a pretty sight. I literally look like an elderly man. Like, like that's how I go down the stairs. I've got this thing where I yawn so hard my body seizes up. That can be a big thing. Fart party. I get a weird thing actually sometimes when I yawn. You know this, like, you have like a muscle here in like the base of your tongue, and sometimes when I yawn too much, it'll go like and like seize up, and I get this pain here, in the bottom part of my like neck. It's so fucking weird and uncomfortable. You get that, fart party? I read the Battle Angel Alita manga, and trust me, I'm going full conversion cybernetic isn't the answer. I would like to avoid it too, but... Okay, other people get that as well. Interesting. Other people get that as well. I thought I was the only one. There we go. I thought I was the only one. Yeah, like right inside here, right down here. It goes like, ugh. And it like tenses up. It's like this little ball. Very unpleasant. Very, very unpleasant stuff. Anyway, chin chin, friends. By the way, Marty and... Oh, Jesus. Marty and Lodane, I don't know if you're aware of this, because I've been doing these later night streams lately playing Cyberpunk 2077, and I don't know if either of you are aware that one of our original valued community members, Anus Beard, has been popping in to the late night streams. After not showing up in the chat for like 2 years, Anus Beard has graced us with his presence in the community again. His or her, I don't know, perhaps Anus Beard's. That just seems like a name that a guy has, but maybe it's not. I don't know. Just in time for Easter, that's right. He's returned. I did hear through the grapevine that Anus Beard has risen. I was delighted. I was surprised and delighted to see our friend Anus Beard. Probably, I think the original valued community member. Somehow, Anus Beard returned. Oh, man. I don't know if... I think I didn't want to, like, freak out Anus Beard too much, so I don't know if I mentioned the stuff about the marbles. I just mentioned that, like, we do often talk about Anus Beard and wonder what they're up to. I think I maybe like toned it a little bit down if I had talked about the Anus Beard Invitational Memorial Cup Marbles Tournament. I thought maybe that would have been coming on a little strong. So I toned that down a little bit. I still have no idea what happened to Crad Babes. Yeah, it's hard when we lose people in the community along the way. It's hard. Maybe we have to have faith that they'll come back, you know? You have to let some people go and just hope that they're going to come back. That's how you know it's going to be real. MTL Munchies with a number of folks. There's been a number of folks so have strayed. They've strayed from the flock. It's okay though. It's okay. It's okay. Does anyone want to see the picture of the noodles that I ate prior to this? I'm happy to be stuck with you, Johnny. I'm happy about that. Yeah, goddamn deprogrammers. That's probably right. It's you got some people in real life being like, I don't know about this all this stuff that you're into. Not good. We don't want that. This is why we need to talk about the people that are not supportive of your lifestyle, you know? You instant ramen pilled me. I ordered a fuckload online out of curiosity. Good. I made the same ones that I did before, the bulldog or whatever. But I think when I made it before, I made it more like a soup, which these ones you're not supposed to do, I realize. I had used like too much sauce, even though the sauce was really good. Like it was still good the way I had it, but I did it like the proper way today. Let me see if I can... I wanted to eat it on the stream, but I was kind of running low on time, so... Okay, that should be uploading now. Here we go. This was really, really good. Like, I can't even tell you how good these were. Okay? I was going to eat them on stream, but I was busy fixing some internet stuff. Here we go. So these are the Bulldog Carbonara flavor. Super spicy. I fried up the egg there, added some spring onion as well, which I was missing in the last one. Oh, Carrier Wave, it's so good. This meal, like, this is what I've been saying, like, the ratio of, oh, Jesus. See, this is why I hate fiddling with this all day. The ratio of, like, time it takes to make this versus, like, deliciousness, I don't think there's any other food that comes even close. Like, this takes maybe maximum 15 minutes to put together. And it's, like, unbelievably good and very spicy. Very spicy. In fact, I think... by the way, what else, Carrier Wave, what else did you get? I got the Indomie nudes. Okay, those was the mi goreng. Fuck, those are good too. I had them last night. You're about to be in flavor country, Carrier Wave, with both of these. The Indomie mi goreng noodles and these the Bulldogs. You will not regret this. I ate 3 bags last night. I just had the one, but I think next time I might have to double it up. You know, the next time I go to the grocery store, in fact, I'm going to go and get, because they've got other Bulldog flavors, and I think they have the 2 times spicy, which people have even warned me against as being like too much, but I want to get the double the twice as spicy kind, and get that as well. I can't even tell you how good this was. Like, it was just like so fucking good. You have to do it on stream. I could do that. Maybe that could be like a sub goal thing. Even though I would just eat it for free, but if you want it to be content, then I'm gonna have to turn it into like an actual thing, an actual event. Mix a 2-time pack with the regular for a solid spice balance. That sounds good. That sounds good. I've been doing chapaguri, which is a combination of chapaghetti and neoguri, as seen in a Korean film about class antagonism that Rob never watched. I think it is the next movie night. Movie, though. But that sounds good. One ramen hack that's popular on TikTok is mixing your whatever ramen you have, mixing it with like a cream of mushroom soup. Which seems kind of... I kind of want to try that as well. You mix the spicy ramen with the cream of mushroom soup and give it this kind of creaminess to it. It seems good from what I've seen. I would like to give it a try. Did you ever see the guy that bought it and he was like crying and sweating because he figured it meant it was just really spicy for white folks, but overall not that bad? Yeah. I would like to try adding some peanut butter as well. I want to try all these different hacks. I gotta put this back on. I'm all about this lifestyle now. I'm all about this lifestyle though now. Spring 23 is the ramen pill. Exactly. This is gonna be my whole spring and summer is gonna be all about this lifestyle. Tahini or sesame paste is a good alternative to peanut butter. That's a good idea too. I also have sesame oil. I got some of that to add into some of these. I've still never had any meal hotter than oxtail over rice served to me by a family from Sierra Leone. Maybe actually Ralph. It's weird. It's like I like spicy food. I'm not one of these like I love the pain. People that love that like super ridiculously spicy stuff, but I kind of want to like try that. I see the interviews on like Hot Ones, and it's like I want to do it. I want to try these wings, even though it looks physically unpleasant. I think they were pranking me, and I only had water, so I didn't help at all. I remember I went to a Korean place like in my neighborhood with my dad. That he was like, yeah, I want it to be really spicy, and I think they had this attitude. It's like, all right. And it was just like brutal. Rob Hot One style gauntlet sub goal. I would love to do that. Would be a funny because I don't think I'm going to be invited on Hot Ones anytime soon, but I would turn it into my own version of Hot Ones though if folks ever wanted to see that. Some of those bulldog varieties are ultra hot. Like I had to mop my head in brown multiple times during the meal. Well, that's what I think the 2 times spicy one is. Which doesn't sound super pleasant, but I still want to do it for whatever reason. If Rob comes and visits, we'll have a Hot Ones and I'll interview Rob. That would be fun. That would be fun. Perhaps I will. If you got a French last name, you probably shouldn't be trying the 2-time hotness. Well, I enjoy it. I like spicy. I do. I'm sure that would be unpleasantly spicy, but I think I can take it more than some people. Yeah, the Cajuns. They're spice enjoyers as well. Man, let's just look at that one more time. Oh, it was really good. Like, I really, really enjoyed eating this. It's just fantastic. Yeah, it does improve literally any food. It's true. So we should do that Hot Ones thing. That would be fun. That'd be fun. I'll see you, Marty. I'm thinking about it. All right. I'm thinking about taking some time to come visit some of the freaks and weirdos that are part of this community. We'll see though. No guarantees. Offering you a fried egg in this trying time. So there's lots of interesting stuff to get to today, news-wise. There's lots of stuff to talk about. I'm sure there's some video we can look at. This is yeah, so I wasn't here yesterday because all the schools were closed. Montreal's been crazy the last couple days. It's been less crazy for me because I'm one of the very few lucky people in this city that just has kept my electricity on. Over the last couple of days, there's hundreds of thousands of people in this city that still don't have electricity right now, and somehow I avoided losing it at all. So I count myself really, really lucky. But yeah, on Wednesday, I was looking out the window and seeing all the ice covering everything. It turned into this massive ice disaster. I was driving around on Wednesday after the stream to go pick up my kid, pick up my kid from school and bring him to, we got to our McDonald's. It was McDonald's Wednesday, of course. So I brought him there, and we're like, there's big trees falling over the streets everywhere. There's big streets closed off because of big, like, literally giant, like, tree trunks, like, lying in the middle of the street. Like, look at this. Look at this shit. Like, this is just all over the city. Big giant trees falling all over the place. So we're driving at McDonald's, dodging all the big trunks and branches and stuff like that. But luckily, I somehow did not lose electricity, which was nice. But it's been a crazy couple of days over here. Did you fit into that one? I didn't try. I did not try. Rob lives on a natural electricity spring. It's funny as well because, like, there was an ice storm here 20 years ago, which if you're from, Quebec or Eastern Ontario or maybe some parts of America, I don't know how far it extended, you may remember. There was a time in that late 99 or whenever it was, I can't even remember the exact year, we didn't have electricity at my house for like 2 weeks. Which was pretty wild. But since that time, I think there's been all kinds of recommendations for like Hydro-Quebec and other energy companies to bury all the wires. Just put them under the ground, and then this stuff won't happen. But lo and behold, it has not happened. It was 98. Okay, thank you. Lo and behold, it has not happened, so still very susceptible to power cuts when these kind of storms happen. Yeah, I was very fortunate to not lose power, though. Buried lines have issues too, at least around here. What are the issues with the buried ones? When Cuba has a major storm or hurricane, they proactively go out and take down power lines. USA is still struggling with this. Well, that requires, and you have to do an investment into like fixing infrastructure. That's something we don't like to do here anymore in America or Canada. And no, Lux Manifesto, the utilities are not privatized here. It's Hydro-Quebec, which is a public. It's owned by the state. This region went nearly a month without power back in the 90s due to a hurricane. After that terrible incident, they buried 0 lines. Yes, you'd think they'd been able to respond to these things maybe a little bit. It would be great if we didn't have cars just barreling into power lines, taking out power for entire neighborhoods out here. Yeah, it might be a good idea to maybe take a look at some of that stuff and avoid that from happening in the future. In NYC, the buried lines don't do shit because the utility tunnels get flooded. Redundancy in critical utilities, that's right, it's tanky shit. So that's what's been going on over here the last couple of days. Been very exciting. I spent the last week spending a lot of time hanging out with my son, so I was very happy that the power didn't get cut. I'm just taking a look at some of the videos here that we can take a look at. There's lots of stuff that I wanted to talk about today. We tried burying our power lines once, but then we delved too deeply and too greedily, and the Draugr swarmed out from under the earth. That's unfortunate. That's very unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear about that, Diego. Normally they just hammered on their way to work because they were trying not to hit the car that didn't look before merging. Yeah, we really have a good system here. We have a really excellent system. Really a Balrog in the Mines of Moria situation. Fucking Balrogs, man. Come on. Come on now. Have you seen the Adrian Zenz debate? No, I mean, it seemed kind of intriguing, but I just, regardless of whether I think it's important or not, I still don't really have much interested in watching a debate. So maybe there might be some relevant clips we can look at from it eventually, but it's like I'm not super into the idea of like sitting down and watching this whole debate. Kids back from Greece going to get lunch. Enjoy, Brian. Tell her we said hello. Tell her Rob Rousseau says hello and welcome back. They obviously know who that is, of course. It's like over an hour. Yeah, that doesn't sound too great. That doesn't really sound like anything that I'm interested in looking at. Tell them Rob sends his regards, but not in a sinister way, in a friendly, nice way. That's right. Not like the Roose Bolton kind of thing. Adrian Zenz literally sounds like Dr. Strangelove. I'm sure Zenz is just a really trustworthy person that I think we should be allowing to dictate to us, you know, how we should be engaging with other countries. Or we should be definitely sourcing our information about what these other countries are doing down to this guy. He just seems like a trustworthy person. The long detour, dang Balrog on 995. Zenz, who barely speaks English, expert on China despite his lack of ability to speak or read Mandarin or Arabic. He's really good, though. Very, very good at looking at grainy satellite images and just knowing exactly what's going on in these images. Right? You don't need to speak English or Mandarin in order to be able to look at some grainy satellite images and instantly just know what is going on and how many people are there and all that stuff. That's something you can't teach. I imagine it does hit different in a German accent. I imagine it does. Really goes to show the level of propaganda people in the West are willing to believe. For sure, Dakadude. I mean, like, look at the whole TikTok hearing, you know? Where it's just like, it's like this gotcha now. If you ever want to say anything about... I mean, the TikTok guy wasn't even saying anything about China in the first place. He was literally just saying, like, please leave us alone. I don't have that much of a connection with China. You know, I'm just trying to run a social media company here. And they do, like... this ask him a question about Uyghurs, and when he tries to get out of it, they're like, well, look at him. He's denying genocide now. He denies the genocide. And that's just a way now to, anytime anyone says anything about China, whether it's the guy from TikTok just like talking about his social media company, or anyone like me or whoever else that's going to go out there and articulate and advocate for maybe having increased bilateral ties, increased diplomacy, trying to like tone down tensions. That's just how they just can now. They just say Uyghur, and then it's like you can no longer have a discussion about it now, regardless of any of this, the things that we could get into. The Victims of Communism Foundation doing the research, the ASPI, all this research being done by think tanks. They're funded by the U.S. government and the arms manufacturers. You know, just based entirely on the word of like a small number of like Ned-sponsored dissident groups. You know, there's no, regardless of all these obvious like problems with this narrative, literally just someone just has to say Uyghur, and just as soon as if you say anything other than 1 million Uyghurs in camps, genocide, whatever, you're now this like genocide supporting authoritarian or whatever it is. They scan your face to see how much marks you read. That would actually be cool if that was true. If that was true. How long can this last considering our deteriorating material conditions here in the West? I don't know. I mean, I think it's been discouraging, Dakadoon, over the last couple of years to see how many people still are getting sucked into this kind of thing. Even people like on the left. Excuse me. A communist dystopia where they make you read Marx in high school. Yeah, terrible. What a terrible thing. Having a fucking understanding of Marxism. Teaching younger generations this. They literally just assumed the CEO of TikTok was Chinese, even though he said a number of times prior that he's from Singapore and has lived in the U.S. for over 20 years.
So some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual.
Thank you, Kurt DeForest. Good. Ambiguibot, thank you for the raid. Thanks, Ambiguibot. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome in. Hello. Thank you for joining us. What is up? How is your stream today, Ambiguibot? I would love a Marx reading face scanner. Don't know how you'd even go about making that. So if they got another huge W, exactly, and it would be a way to like tell who is a serious commentator and who's not. If someone's out there talking about the economy or geopolitics or anything, you just give them a little scan. And when they haven't read Marx, you know it's just baby talk silliness. You know? You know it's just baby talk silliness. And you can just safely disregard. You can just safely disregard whatever they're saying. That's right, the new Insurgents is about wrestling. It was a good one. We should all go listen instead of watching TRRS. No, I don't think that's true. I don't think that is something you should do. I disagree. I disagree with that idea. I don't expect them to put step-by-step instructions for overthrowing capitalism on the curriculum, but it's absurd that they don't make everyone read manufacturing consent in high school. Yeah, I mean, it speaks to a lot how allergic like any curriculum is to like anything resembling the left, considering that Chomsky, who still, despite his criticisms of empire and all the important things that he's done, has still also like been very squishy on like things like the Soviet Union and a lot of these kind of foreign policy things. You'd think he would be acceptable enough to throw into that curriculum, but you know. Evidently not. Evidently that's too radical. Noam's not squishy. When he was younger, he had no problem calling the USSR an authoritarian empire. Yeah, he celebrated the end of the Soviet Union. He celebrated the fall of the Berlin Wall, you know? Which was a historic, as we've discussed many times, a historic human rights disaster. Why would America want their population to be educated about what its ruling class does to them? Yeah, you don't want that. You want them to avoid that. I think Chomsky's a good example, though, of how even when you try to toe that line and criticize empire while also being sure never to say anything positive about like America's enemies, even when you try to walk this line, which is really common in academia as well, right? It's still not good enough, you know. It's still not good enough. If you're criticizing empire at all, if you're talking to people about how our media apparatus works or how we're all in this like completely indoctrinated, brainwashed civilization, even if you do try to walk that line, there's still not going to be room for you in mainstream discourse. You're not going to get invited onto the media to weigh in on these things. You know, you're not going to get nearly the same platform.
Rob to talk you through all this.
Hey Lexi, thank you very much for the 7 months of tier 1. Haven't seen you around for a while. Thanks, Lexi. I appreciate that. What have you been up to? It's funny that he's the only public intellectual we have left. Yeah, I mean, unless you count like the fucking neoliberals and like economists that get invited to weigh in on these things in think tanks and on the media. Life is crazy times sometimes that I've been watching your VODs when I can. Well, I'm happy to hear that. I'm happy to hear that, Lexi. Yeah, they let you say what you like because they like what you say. I mean, it's actually an interesting thing to discuss, that Chomsky kind of analysis, because of what's going on. Even though this was done just for totally like trollish reasons, how NPR now has this like state media tag on Twitter, which I like as much as I really hate Elon. Let me see. Is the fucking dog still there? Oh, thank God it's gone. Fuck, it was driving me crazy, that fucking dog. But even though I can't stand the guy, I have to grudgingly admit that that's a pretty funny troll, because it's having all these like, it's created this whole thing of like these Western journalists getting all indignant and defensive about this. But how dare you suggest that we're state media? But it's like, folks, we're onto this now, and I don't think Elon is onto it. Elon is like a fucking dumbass, and is just trying to bug these libs that he likes. But in his own way, he stumbled into making actually an important point. I think exposing something which I think is true. The way that corporate media in the United States has this degree of separation from the state and creates, we talk about this often, right? Has this like plausible deniability, even though they support and uphold the status quo, even though there's a different kind of like ideological diversity across the media ecosystem. They're still all supporting and upholding imperialism. They're supporting and upholding capitalism. They're supporting and upholding the functions of the state. And I mean, it gets into the whole thing as well, where it's like the state in general, and you get into the sort of the Leninist concepts of what is the state, you know? Is it just the government? But it's not, right? It's not, the state isn't just the government. The state is a large apparatus by which the people at the top use to subjugate and exploit everyone else on the bottom. It's not just the government. But I think the media, the corporate media in the United States and Canada, whether it's Fox News, CNN, MSNBC, or NPR, which does have this public funding, regardless of where the public funding is coming from, ultimately, I think these institutions are a part of the state in the United States, even if technically they're private corporations. You know, functionally, they're serving the same function. They're used by the powerful oligarchs that control our society to, perpetuate this system of exploitation at home and abroad. They support every single foreign policy endeavor. So functionally, there is no difference. You know, functionally, there is no difference. Caitlin Johnstone made the point that the massive corporate funding of it is indistinguishable from state funding, since the oligarchy is the rule of corporations. Yeah, I think that's a good point. And I've talked about as well the arms manufacturers, right? How much money, even if like NPR is getting a small amount of like public funding, how much, like when it comes to these other big media institutions, how much are the arms manufacturers contributing to that? A lot, in many cases. Where do the arms manufacturers get their money? Well, the endless government contracts, right? There's a money printing machine that just prints money going directly into the coffers of these defense companies, and then the defense companies then, who are not part of the state, they're private corporations, which are they're publicly funded by these massive government contracts. And then they hand out that money to media corporations. They fund think tanks. They fund NGOs, you know? So you might say, well, these think tanks and these NGOs and these media companies, they don't take any public funding. It's all coming from these private corporations. Where is their money coming from? The public funding, you know? So it's this degree. This is like the thing that I think I and people in this community have woken up to, and we're trying to wake others up to. This degree of separation between the government or public funds and these institutions, and the way this is used to kind of convince us that we live in this system that doesn't have a state media, and that doesn't have these ideological goals, that doesn't have this whole system of people engaging in this kind of class solidarity and exploiting everyone else for their benefit at our expense. You know, it's such a con, just this small degree of separation, this small amount of plausible deniability. And people are like, yeah, of course we don't have state media like a place like China or Cuba or wherever. As much as everyone wants public intellectuals like Parenti, VJ was right when I called him the next Parenti. There's only one Michael Parenti. It shouldn't be forgotten that VJ is an Indian public intellectual that happens to spend a lot of time in the U.S. I think more of the commie left, or whatever you want to call it, should make a bigger deal of the work Gerald Horne has written for the last 30 years. That is true. And Dimitri and others have been bugging me correctly to get Gerald Horne to come on this show, and I am going to do that. I am going to do that as soon as I can. Yeah, the donations to the universities as well. Yeah, for sure. But I think that's the really important takeaway, though. When you think about what the state is, the state-owned media, and wonders in the state, and the idea that the state, when you think of it as just the government, then yeah, sure, no, we don't have state-owned media. But if you understand the state to be a concept which is like involves the government, but also involves a lot of other different facets, which are used by the powerful people that run our society in order to continue this system that benefits them at the expense of everyone else. You know, that's the state. It's not necessarily just the government. Well, that's what I'm talking about, Blueberry. That's what got us off talking about this. All the people freaking out about NPR. How dare you call us state-owned media? You know, it's funny. But again, it's not just, even though NPR takes a small amount of public funds, it's not just NPR. It's all these corporate media institutions. Every boomer hates the state, but has a favorite good billionaire they root on. Yeah, exactly. Well, and you see how like neoliberalism and globalization have changed that as well, right? Because it's not just the U.S. government or the Canadian government. There's kind of a state which is multinational. America is like where a lot of these places are based, but it's not. I mean, you've got Australian media oligarchs. You've got American defense companies. You've got Canadian mining companies. You know, they're all on the same team. They might even be coming from different places or different perspectives, but they are all on the same team. So we're all, even if you live in different countries, we're all starting to kind of struggling against the same state. You know, it's not just the U.S. government or the Canadian government. The state is the oligarchy, right? But it's been very funny to see some of the freakouts about that. Let me take a look at this actually, because again, I've got criticisms of Chomsky, as should we all, but I still find like some of his analysis when it comes to the media and some of his criticisms of empire are incredibly still very spot on. And there's a big reason why, for a lot of people, including me, he was a very central figure in kind of my political journey, whatever you want to call it.
Professor Chomsky, could we start by listening to you explain what the propaganda model, as you call it, is? For many people, the idea that propaganda is used by democratic rather than
you're not immune to propaganda, folks.
Will be a strange one.
Well, the term propaganda fell into disfavor at around the Second World War, but in the 1920s and the 1930s, it was commonly used, and in fact advocated, not by leading intellectuals, by the founders of modern political science, by Wilsonian progressives, and of course by the public relations industry, as a necessary technique to overcome the danger of democracy. The institutional structure of the media is quite straightforward. We're talking about the United States, but it's not very different elsewhere. The major, there are sectors, but the agenda-setting media, the ones that sort of set the framework for everyone else, like the New York Times and the Washington Post and so on.
And we're going to talk about what's happening in Israel next. And I think this is actually a good jumping off point to talk about the way that our media covers events in Israel. Who you'll notice really avoided talking about the brutality that Israel's been displaying right now, just like storming the Al-Aqsa Mosque during Ramadan, engaging in the same kind of brutal apartheid and settler colonial violence against Palestinians. This new government that's basically openly committed, just openly fascist government, still engaging in this project. We have the kind of concern coming from the Biden administration. We're very concerned, but of course not doing anything. And you see that, I did see that Dakadoon. Yes, it was very cursed. Yeah, the mask is slipping, making it hard to cover up, but not impossible. And it was still, you're seeing the same thing in our media where what Israel does gets downplayed, and then the thing that gets covered in the media is the response, the rocket attacks. Now, there's rocket attacks coming from Lebanon, and now you have the media covering these dangerous rocket attacks. And, you have now our media, our politicians coming together and be like, we condemn these rocket attacks against innocent civilians in Israel, while completely fucking ignoring what's been going on for the last couple of weeks. It's just sickening. So I think understanding this kind of model of propaganda is very important to allow us to sort of break down how our media talks about Israel. It's especially right now in this exact moment.
These are major corporations, parts of even bigger conglomerates. Like other corporate institutions, they have a product and a market. Their market is advertisers, that is, other businesses. Their product.
I think Israel is officially giving up on the concept of liberal Zionism. Granted, I'm getting this opinion from the Citations Needed podcast. It just doesn't serve them any real use anymore. I mean, I guess one thing that I have noticed is that they've realized that they don't need to fuck around with that anymore. They just realize that they can just do whatever they want. No one's going to stop them. Was Canada going to say something to them? No. Is America going to say something to them? No. So it's why even bother anymore? Which is interesting because I think you're seeing some people that have tried to ideologically contort themselves into this pretzel, trying to still justify this or suggest that Israel's some kind of liberal democracy or supportive of all these progressive values. There's a lot of people that have relied on that kind of rhetoric in order to launder what they've been doing or launder their support of genocide and apartheid, but it's becoming more and more difficult for those people to do that. I mean, they're done killing Palestinian children and having to slowly look over their shoulder to make sure they can continue. Look at the murder of Shireen Abu Akleh a couple months ago, right? They assassinated a journalist, a prominent, popular journalist, with strong Western ties. Openly, just had as a sniper shoot this woman, murder this woman, and then what happened? There was a very serious investigation. The media did an investigation. We think Israel might have done this on purpose. And the Biden administration says, we're very concerned. Of course, we care so much about freedom of the press, right? We love to lecture all these other countries, Cuba and China or Korea or whatever, about freedom of the press. We love freedom of the press so much. And that's why when our close ally murders a journalist, we have to pretend that we're really concerned about this. We're very concerned. We're very concerned about what's happening here, and we're going to investigate this. Well, what happened with that? What happened with it? Yeah, they determined that Israel did it. It was intentional. And what was the result? Nothing. Zero consequences. So why would they? Why would they stop? There's nothing that they can't get away with. You know? Yeah, U.S. citizen. What are we going to do? So it's like, what possible reason would they have to tone any of this stuff down? There's never any consequences for it. If an American journalist was killed by China or Russia, would be going to war. I mean, if we didn't go to war, we would at least be hearing about it every day, and it would be used every single time we talk about these places from now in perpetuity to talk about how evil they are, right? Nothing happened. Yeah, I mean, look at when a BBC journalist goes to China and people are like rude and mean to them, being like, why are you lying about China? Why are you a propagandist? Get the fuck out of here. We don't like you. They say, oh my goodness, I'm so scandalized. I'm so scandalized that I wasn't treated with respect because I work for the BBC, the non-propaganda. And it's just like, they freak out about just people being mean and rude to them. And then you have Israel just openly, intentionally assassinating journalists, and we do nothing whatsoever. We have a stern eyebrow furrow and say, this is very troubling. And that's all. That's the extent of the consequences. So why would they stop? You know, what possible reason would they have to pretend? If you say maybe we shouldn't be paying for the bullets they used to assassinate, you'll be in big trouble with AIPAC. That's right. British Rob is my favorite Rob. Thank you, Matt. Yeah, or if you suggest, hey, it kind of seems like maybe the reason that we don't criticize this is maybe that has something to do with the Israel lobby, which just openly is engaged in like changing and interfering in our political system, and you get called an anti-Semite for making this observation. You know, when Ilhan Omar suggested that the Israel lobby possibly influenced U.S. government policy as it pertains to Israel, she was called an anti-Semite for this. It's a bit of a sticky wicket. That's right. No, it's just sick. It's sickening. So yeah, why would they? Why would they continue pretending? They don't have to. They don't have to pretend. What are we going to do? We're going to stop sending them billions of dollars? Nope. So
is relatively privileged audiences.
important to also see the parallels of Israeli settler colonialism with what is going on here in North America, and realizing the right to armed resistance of Palestine there is the same here. If indigenous nations felt the need to ramp up armed resistance, it's totally justified. Not only justified, but legal under international law. As we've been repeatedly reminded when it comes to Ukraine, right? People that are being invaded have a legal right to defend themselves, as people have repeatedly reminded us over the last year when it comes to Ukraine. So not only morally justified, whether it's Palestine or indigenous people in Canada or the United States, but legal under international law by any interpretation of that. Yeah, and we're violating their treaty rights constantly, of course. Yeah. It's funny to see everyday Westerners complain about the change in attitude from Chinese towards the West in recent years. They used to bend over backwards for them, but not anymore. I mean, yeah, it's like, it's not surprising that they have changing attitudes, considering like what our media fixates on and what we talk about and the way we talk about this place. Look how they glorified that Russian military journalist death. Imagine if one political enemy's eliminated our imperialist propagandists. Would the same gloating be allowed on the other side? Yeah, absolutely, for sure. Like if Russian war journalists are just fair game, I'm sure like people in the United States media who have egged on every single war and invasion and drone strike over the last 20 years or longer would be totally fine with being targeted like that. Let's continue this.
more or
So
less.
they're selling audiences to
They're
other
selling
corporations.
privileged audience. These are big corporations selling privileged audiences to other corporations. Now the question is, what picture of the world would a rational person expect to come out of this structure? And then we draw some conclusions about what you'd expect, and then we check, and yes, that's the picture of the world that comes out.
And is this anything more than the idea that basically the press is relatively right-wing, with some exceptions, because it's owned by big business, which is a truism, is well known?
Well, I would call the press relatively liberal. Here I agree with the right-wing critics. So especially the New York Times and the Washington Post, which are called, without a trace of irony, the New York Times is called the establishment left in, say, major foreign policy journals. And that's correct, but what's not recognized is that the role of the liberal intellectual establishment is to set very sharp bounds on how far you can go. This far and no further.
Give me some examples of that.
Well, let's take, say, the Vietnam War. Probably the leading critic, and in fact one of the leading dissident intellectuals in the mainstream, is Anthony Lewis of the New York Times, who did finally come around to opposing the Vietnam War about 1969, about a year and a half after corporate America had more or less ordered Washington to call it off. And his picture from then on is
once it became acceptable.
But it began with blundering.
You'll notice, and as Chomsky's pointing out as well, blundering into the war. So all of these media institutions inevitably support these conflicts initially, right? Whether it's Iraq or Vietnam or any other big U.S. military invasion, they support them. They help manufacture consent for these things to happen in the first place. Then maybe after a certain amount of time, they're allowed to have these like dissident opinions or engage in some kind of adversarial journalism about it. Of course, never in the lead up to these things, which the NYT and other media establishment have never. They've co-signed and rubber stamped every single coup and invasion and terrible military intervention that the U.S. has taken part of. And they use these kind of terms like blundering into the war and this kind of big mistake that happened. And that's how they justify it.
Efforts to do good, but it ended up by 1969 being a disaster and costing us too much.
So what would
the criticism?
What would the non-propaganda model?
Like we looked in the run-up to Iraq, all the different media establishments, how they were all 100% on board. All these mainstream media institutions in both Canada and the United States, 100% on board. And in fact, treated.
You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
In fact, treated anyone who spoke out against it as being some like terrorist sympathizer or didn't care about the suffering of the people of Iraq or whatever. Thank you, Diego, for the gifted sub. I really appreciate that. 957 gifted subs from Diego. That's absolutely fucking absurd.
Model have told Americans about the Vietnam War at the same time.
Same thing that the mainstream press was telling them about Afghanistan. The United States invaded first of all, in the 1950s, it set up a standard Latin American-style terror state, which had massacred tens of thousands of people, but was unable to control a local uprising, and everyone knows, at least every specialist knows that's what it was. And when Kennedy came in 1961, they had to make a decision because the government was collapsing under local attack. So the U.S. just invaded the country. In 1961, the U.S. Air Force started bombing South Vietnamese civilians.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
DJ Chimp, thank you for the converting your Prime sub into a Tier 1 sub. Thank you, DJ Chimp.
Then in 1965, February 1965, the next major escalation took place against South Vietnam, not against North Vietnam. That was a sideshow. That's what an honest press would be saying, but you can't find a trace of it.
Now, if the press is a censoring organization, tell me how that works. You're not suggesting that proprietors phone one another up, or that many journalists get their copy spiked, as we say?
It's actually, Orwell, you may recall, has an essay called Literary Censorship in England, which was supposed to be the introduction to Animal Farm, except that it never appeared, in which he points out, look, I'm writing about a totalitarian society, but in free democratic England, it's not all that different. And then he says unpopular ideas can be silenced without any force. And then he gives a two-sentence response, which is not very profound, but captures it. He says two reasons. First, the press is owned by wealthy men who have every interest in not having certain things appear. But second, the whole educational system, from the beginning on through, just gets you to understand that there are certain things you just don't say. Well, spelling these things out, that's perfectly correct. I mean, it's the first sentence is what we expand on.
This is what I don't get, because it suggests that, I mean, I'm a journalist, people like me are self-censoring.
No, not self-censoring. There's a filtering system that starts in kindergarten. It goes all the way through. And it doesn't work 100%, but it...
You can say what you like because we like what you say.
It selects for obedience and subordination. And especially, I think that's...
So stroppy people won't make it to positions of influence.
Behavior problems, or if you read applications to a graduate school, you see that people will tell you he's not, doesn't get along too well with his colleagues. You know how to interpret those things.
I'm just interested in this because I was brought up, like a lot of people, probably post-Watergate film and so on, to believe that journalism was a crusading craft and that there were a lot of disputatious, stroppy, difficult people in journalism. And I have to say, I think I know some of them.
Well, I know some of the best and best-known investigative reporters in the United States. I won't mention names because I don't want to, whose attitude toward the media is much more cynical than mine. In fact, they regard the media as a sham, and they know and they consciously talk about how they try to play it like a violin. If they see a little opening, they'll try to squeeze something in that ordinarily wouldn't make it through. And it's perfectly true that I'm sure you're speaking for the majority of journalists who are trained, have it driven into their heads that this is a crusading profession, adversarial, we stand up against power, a very self-serving view. On the other hand, in my opinion, I hate to make a value judgment, but the better journalists, and in fact the ones who are often regarded as the best journalists, have quite a different picture, and I think a very realistic one.
How can you know that I'm self-censoring? How can you know that
you're
journalists
self-censoring? I'm sure you believe everything you're saying. But what I'm saying is if you believe something different, you wouldn't be sitting where you're sitting.
Man. It still hits. Okay? A lot of problems with Gnome. That still hits though. That's such an easy way to help understand how this stuff works. You know? Or as our friend Michael Parenti says, they let you say what you like because they like what you say. He's a problematic fave, but that's why I am reading Inventing Reality by Michael Parenti, which is the Chad version. You have the Chad Inventing Reality versus the Virgin Manufacturing Consent. He can be right about this and wrong about a lot of other stuff. I mean, that's in his own analysis. I mean, you got to wonder why Noam Chomsky, even though he didn't have a lot of like mainstream support, he didn't get invited onto mainstream media. You got to wonder how he got to the point of being America's #1 public intellectual, you know, because he said a lot of things that were unpopular when it comes to critiquing empire. He also didn't engage in any kind of like support or defense of America's greatest enemies. So I wonder if Noam ever thinks about why he himself rose to that point as America's like kind of like biggest public intellectual, right? Part of it is because even though he was criticizing empire, he wasn't really like advocating for any kind of alternative, right? And he didn't have any real like theoretical grounding in like trying to undermine the system that he was so critical of. Maybe he's not #1 now, Carnova, but I think around this time this interview was, I think you would say that he was, right? He wouldn't be sitting there talking to that journal. That's right. I think there's an interesting element there. I thought Rob was #1. Well, maybe one day. Maybe one day I'll get there. Maybe one day I'll get there. You never know. When was this from? When was it from? Was it like, I think it's like the early 90s? I can't remember when this interview took place. Let me put it to you this way. There are a number of anarchist bookstores in almost every major city, and Nome is probably at least in every single physical Barnes & Noble location. Parenti's books are often not in either of those locations. Yeah, that is true. The left in the U.S. in general is almost entirely criticism and not positive ideas for building a future, partly because we have too many no theory reading MFers and also no major left parties / no hope of success. That does kind of seem like what's going on, isn't it? Sending a reminder to pick up the Maclean's magazine public intellectual rankings. Well, that's the thing. Once the Rousseau Institute has a little bit more legitimacy and I start getting invited onto these mainstream media institutions because of my position as the head of a important and influential think tank, then maybe I can be part of that discussion.
You write in Manufacturing Consent that
this seems kind of interesting too.
The primary function of the mass media in the United States to mobilize public support for the special interests that dominate the government and the private sector. What are those interests?
Well, if you want to understand the way any society works, ours or any other, the first place to look is who's in a position to make the decisions that determine the way the society functions. Societies differ, but in ours, the major decisions over what happens in the society, decisions over investment and production and distribution and so on, are in the hands of a relatively concentrated network of major corporations and conglomerates and investment firms and so on. They are also the ones who staff the major executive positions in the government, and they're the ones who own the media, and they're the ones who have to be in a position to make the decisions. They have an overwhelmingly dominant role in the way life happens, what's done in the society. Within the economic system, by law and in principle, they dominate. The control over resources and the need to satisfy their interests imposes very sharp constraints on the political system and the ideological system.
When we talk about manufacturing of consent, whose consent is being manufactured?
We can, to start with, there are two different groups. We can get into more detail, but at the first level of approximation, there's two targets for propaganda. One is what's sometimes called the political class. There's maybe 20% of the population which is relatively educated, more or less articulate. They play some kind of role in decision-making. They're supposed to sort of participate in social life, either as managers or cultural managers, like, say, teachers and writers and so on. They're supposed to vote. They're supposed to play some role in the way economic and political and cultural life goes on. Now, their consent is crucial. It's one group that has to be deeply indoctrinated. Then there's maybe 80% of the population whose main function is to follow orders and not to think, and not to pay attention to anything. And they're the ones who usually pay the costs.
All right. Professor Chomsky, you outlined a model with filters that propaganda is sent through. That's way to the public. Can you briefly outline those?
It's basically an institutional analysis of the major media, what we call a propaganda model. We're talking primarily about the national media, those media that sort of set a general agenda that others more or less adhere to the extent that they even pay much attention to national or international affairs. Now, the elite media are the sort of the agenda-setting media. That means the New York Times, the Washington Post, the major television channels, and so on. They set the general framework. Local media more or less adapt to their structure.
And also due to like the trend towards monopoly and capitalism, like now we don't even have local media anymore. Like we used to even have a little bit more of a free media system. When there was decent work being done on the local level, there was more adversarial journalism in the post-Watergate and post-Vietnamese, the post-Vietnam War era. That's gone now, though. Like that whole local model has just been completely decimated. It's been completely destroyed. The whole idea that a journalist is going to be adversarial to the state or the military-industrial complex is just completely out of the question now. Where I've talked about before in the 70s, in that post-Vietnam, post-Watergate era, there was a lot of journalism in the West that was critical of the CIA, was critical of the mainstream media, critical of the foreign policy or the security state establishment. And now that's completely gone. Now that's completely whatever semblance of sort of adversarial journalism there was has now just been like completely obliterated. I mean, look at the whole Ukraine thing as an example. It's like there's no reporting, even though now that it's becoming more unpopular, now there's a little bit of criticism starting to sneak back in, when of course for the last year it's been 100% uniform. Look at David Pugliese, who's a writer he's a journalist from the Ottawa Citizen. The fucking Ottawa Citizen. It's not some left-wing pro-Kremlin rag or whatever. But even who's done a lot of reporting about Canada's role in arming and training these Nazi militias in Ukraine prior to the invasion and has taken more of a critical stance on it, he's being framed as being like a Kremlin sympathizer in the Ukraine. Like they're putting his name on the list of like bad journalists, which could actually be dangerous for him. And he's not. He does great journalism. I think he's one of the only decent journalists in this entire country. But the idea that he's some like subversive Kremlin supporter is fucking absurd. But even that minor amount of like adversarial journalism is not really allowed anymore. And now it's being like there's literally people being named and shamed and put on lists for not being 100% supportive of the pro-NATO, pro-Western, pro-Ukraine narrative that's being promoted in the last year.
World News. Gives a soundbite that says that there's a beachhead.
I think 628 is a good one. Yeah, but I think 6 is a good start.
This is the operative soundbite for us. He's ours. He really knows how to find it.
He's got a minute for all the time, so that's. I love this soundbite.
Yeah, Mearsheimer, the Putinist,
by selection.
Just for saying basic facts, right? Just for saying basic true things that a few years ago everyone was in agreement on. Yes, NATO has expanded up to Russia's borders. Yes, the United States and Canada and the CIA and CSIS and British intelligence and whoever else have been arming and funding these militias in eastern Ukraine for the last 10 years. This is just factual stuff. You can get into like Euromaidan. People call that a conspiracy, the idea that the United States was involved in it. I mean, as you know, my stance on that is, of course, they were fucking involved when you've got American politicians and John McCain showing up to the protest afterwards, to say nothing of like the Victoria Nuland phone call and everything. But when you've got American politicians showing up there and supporting the protesters, it's clear what's going on. People still want to call it a conspiracy theory. Okay. But even that, just saying two factually true things. NATO has expanded up to their border, and we have armed and funded these militias in eastern Ukraine for the last 10 years, including open fascists. These are just true things. This is not Kremlin propaganda, but even that, which are topics that I think there was agreement on, like in our mainstream media, even that now has become this like dangerous propaganda to talk about, like whether it's Mearsheimer or whether it's like a journalist like David Pugliese, you know? It is just Lindsey Graham and John McCain just hanging out during the protests or afterwards, showing up to give a pep talk to these Azov guys and be like, we'll give you whatever you need. But no, of course, America was not involved. That's a conspiracy theory. Still a huge amount of denial around the 2014 coup and puppet government and knowing armed Nazis and fascists. I mean, it's the same thing I talked about, Ben, when you talk about this degree of separation when it comes to the media and state media and all this stuff. You've got this degree of separation. You have this kind of plausible deniability. Well, there's no proof. There's no evidence that we were involved, so you can't ever suggest that they were. Even though you fucking see, you know the strategy. You know the strategy that's been employed time and time again. You see American elected officials showing up. It's not hard to put two and two together. But because there's this small amount of plausible deniability, people still use that to frame it as being a conspiracy or to deny that there's any involvement. You know, it's just, it's nonsense.
topics, by distribution of concerns, by emphasis and framing of issues, by filtering of information, by bounding of debate within certain limits.
2.5 minutes to air. 45 seconds.
They determine, they select, they shape, they control, they restrict in order to serve the interests of dominant elite groups in society.
There is an unusual amount of attention focused today on the 5 nations of Central America.
This is democracy's diary. Here for our instruction are triumphs and disasters, the pattern of life's changing fabric. Here is great journalism, a revelation of the past, a guide to the present, and a clue to the future.
The New York Times is certainly the most important newspaper in the
And we're going to get to some New York Times stuff right after this,
the
actually.
most important newspaper in the world.
This is actually a very good jumping off point to the rest of the stuff that I wanted to talk about.
Plays an enormous role in shaping the perception of the current world on the part of the politically active, educated classes. Also, the New York Times has a special role, and I believe its editors probably feel that they bear a heavy burden in the sense that the New York Times creates history.
What happened years ago may have a bearing on what happens tomorrow. Millions of clippings are preserved in the Times library, all indexed for instant use, a priceless archive of events and the men who make them.
That is, history is what appears in the New York Times archives. The place where people will go to find out what happened is the New York Times. Therefore, it's extremely important, if history is going to be shaped in an appropriate way, that certain things appear, certain things not appear, certain questions be asked, other questions be ignored, and that issues be framed in a particular fashion. Now, in whose interests is the history being so shaped? Well, I think that's not very difficult to answer. Now, to eliminate confusion, all of this has nothing to do with liberal or conservative bias. According to the propaganda model, both liberal and conservative wings of the media, whatever those terms are supposed to mean, fall within the same framework of assumptions. In fact, if the system functions well, it ought to have a liberal bias, or at least appear to, because if it appears to have a liberal bias, that will serve to bound thought even more effectively. In other words, if the press is indeed adversarial and liberal and all these bad things, then how can I go beyond it? They're already so extreme in their opposition to power that to go beyond it would be to take off from the planet. So therefore, it must be that the
we have them on tape explaining exactly how and what they were doing to cause it, and every person here is like, "Oh, you like Putin? Traitor." Yeah. There we go. Yeah, it's been a very interesting climate over the last year. Even if they weren't on tape too, it's just pointing out the history of the U.S. involvement in this exact kind of behavior. Example after example after example, but this time is different though. We don't know. We have to wait 20 years till they admit what's going on, and then we can criticize it. Just because this is yet another example in this long list of the United States engaging with the world in this exact way. Well, there's just no way of knowing whether this is one of those cases or not. Like, it's got to support the troops and sort it out later. That's right. The finance minister or similar went from working in the U.S. State Department to getting Ukrainian citizenship to get appointed to the post. Yeah, and like Biden and Hunter, this is how this shit gets so gets sucked into this kind of like partisan journalistic lens. You have Joe Biden as vice president oversees regime change in Ukraine. A year or two later, his fuck up drug addict son just falls ass backwards into like a no-show 6-figure per year job at a Ukrainian energy company. Nothing to see there, though. We don't have that's not corruption. You can't talk about corruption here. And then when the right fixates on Hunter and starts talking about Hunter Biden all the time, then the liberals will circle the wagons and be like, no, they're doing Putin propaganda to talk about this. No, we must defend this. We must defend the idea that this obvious like corruption has just been allowed to take place. And we need to suggest that any reporting on this is part of some like conservative pro-Russian conspiracy. It's really unbelievable.
that are accepted in the liberal media are sacrosanct, can't go beyond them. And a well-functioning system would in fact have a bias of that kind. The media would then serve to say, in effect, thus far and no further. We ask, what would you expect of those media on just relatively uncontroversial, guided free market assumptions? And when you look at them, you find a number of major factors entering into determining what their products are. These are what we call the filters. So one of them, for example, is ownership. Who owns them? The major agenda-setting media, after all, what are they? As institutions in the society, what are they?
And even since this time, so many of these institutions have merged with one another still.
Corporations. Furthermore, they're integrated with and sometimes owned by even larger corporations, conglomerates. So, for example, by Westinghouse and GE and so on.
What I wanted to know was how specifically the elites control the media. What I mean is, I guess,
like asking, how do the elites control General Motors? Well, why isn't that a question? I mean, General Motors is an institution of the elites. They don't have to control it. They own it. So what we have in the first place is major corporations, which are parts of even bigger conglomerates. Now, like any other corporation, they have a product which they sell to a market. The market is advertisers, that is, other businesses. What keeps the media functioning is not the audience. They make money from their advertisers. And remember, we're talking about the elite media, so they're trying to sell a good product, a product which raises advertising rates. And ask your friends in the advertising industry, that means that they want to adjust their audience to the more elite and affluent audience. That raises advertising rates. So what you have is institutions, corporations, big corporations, that are selling relatively privileged audiences to other businesses. Well, what point of view would you expect to come out of this? I mean, without any further assumptions, what you'd predict is that what comes out is a picture of the world, a perception of the world, that satisfies the needs and the interests and the perceptions of the sellers, the buyers, and the product. Now, there are many other factors that press in the same direction. If people try to enter the system who don't have that point of view, they're likely to be excluded somewhere along the way. After all, no institution is going to happily design a mechanism to self-destruct. It's not the way institutions function. So they all work to exclude or marginalize or eliminate dissenting voices or alternative perspectives and so on because they're dysfunctional. They're dysfunctional to the institution itself.
I'm sure many
I don't think we need to hear Noam on Leninism. That's why I'm going to tune out. So I got one more video to look at, and then we can look at some of these headlines that I had saved. We got the Chomsky side, but let's hear this. I've never looked at this. This is Parenti, Mainstream Media and Ruling Class Ideology from 1989.
My name is Lauren Glendavidian, and I work with CCTV.
We'll look at this, and then we can take a look at some of these headlines that I got saved.
His name is burned in my mind. How does mainstream media reflect the ruling class? And so with that, I think I'll begin by having Michael speak.
Well, okay. I would begin by saying, should I stand up? Would that hurt the microphone?
Fine. No, it's fine.
Great fit. Great fit for Michael in this clip. Usually we're used to seeing him in the suit. More of a relaxed, casual kind of vibe, this one. It's in Vermont. It's at some conference in Vermont, so I guess he's like fitting in with the more rural, relaxed Vermont lifestyle. He does have that drip.
By saying that all human activity has a material base. That anything that happens can only happen because it has a material base. That is, the conditions of nature and human life are sustained in a certain way. Even the guru who sits there, the mystic who denies, whose life goal is to deny material existence, could not reach transcendence, could not reach mystical experience if there weren't somebody there filling his rice bowl, somebody there working the fields. The holy men of India will not touch the fields because as the plow goes through the ground, it kills little creatures and it would hurt life. So they leave that sort of thing to others, but they must have a material base just like anybody else. And the media, too, which is consistently designed to let you forget about the material base of society, which does not talk about it at all, the media, too, has a material base. And in my investigation, I discovered that the news media in this country are not friendly toward corporate America. And they're not close to corporate America. They are corporate America. They are absolutely, when you look at CBS, you are looking at CBS Incorporated. It's a multinational corporation. It has on its board, it has interlocking. The directors on CBS also sit on Morgan Guaranty Trust. They sit on Exxon. They sit on General Electric, and so forth. And there's this whole network. You can go network by network, newspaper by newspaper, and you will find that these large concentrations of media production are owned and controlled by the same people who own and control agribusiness and oil and coal and steel, and most of all, the people who own and control all of those things, banking. That is the dominant capitalist mode in this country is not industrial capitalism, but finance capitalism. I don't want to document.
I would like to speak at more conferences. Folks, we're going to have a conference, okay? I'm setting this in stone. I'm etching it in stone. We're going to have a conference. This is my promise to you. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, maybe not next month. We're going to have a goddamn conference, though, with lanyards and everything. We're going to do this. I promise you this. Yes, lanyard, slightly tethered. Yes. We're going to have lanyards. It's going to happen. Okay? It's happening.
That I had some clippings, I can't get to them as I can't get to my luggage and all that because I can't find Will Miller and all my stuff is locked in his trunk. So, but I would have read you some names of corporations, and I think the effect would have been very effective as I ran down one.
I'm completely serious about this.
Did that. Okay. ITT, Exxon, you know all this. Right, and you groan, you go, oh, pooh. And so you know what it's all about. That pattern of ownership and control translates into control over what subjects will be covered and how. And there is a very definite bias. Now, not for a moment would I say that the media is absolutely controlled. You see, you don't have to have an absolute control. Certain things get in. They get in because editors don't realize the significance of a particular story. They get in because the media has a dual function. Don't forget, it's a special.
I'll work on it, Daka, dude.
Class. It not only must serve the few in terms of making money for them, that's number one, but two, it must serve the few ideologically to maintain the world as they want to see it. But it also must market this highly processed, highly manufactured product called the news. Every day it tells you there's this thing that's been packaged, and it's the news, and that's what you should see today. And it has to market that to a mass public. And to do that, it must often deal with all sorts of things that bother the public, and also then bother the very people who own the news, who would much prefer them not to look into those things. Because the public wants to know, why must my son register for the draft? Why are they closing this factory in Greenfield and moving to Brazil? Why does everything cost so much? Why are my taxes so high? Why are there these toxic dumps where people are getting sick? And all these kinds of things come up to the extent that the media must give some attention to them, trivialize it, treat it as one little isolated muckraking case or whatever else. But to the extent they even do that, this causes annoyance among the very people who sometimes own them, and certainly among the ideological right. If it were up to the right, their newspaper would be nothing more than celebrations of the wonders of the private enterprise system, with a couple of anti-communist horror stories about how terrible life is in Romania and whatever else, and crossword puzzles and recipes and cartoons and all. And by the way, that what I just said, that description fits most of the newspapers in America. But we're talking about the mainstream quality press, which is a little better than that. So there are things that do get in. You can even use the mainstream, you can even use information from the mainstream media against the very ruling class that controls that mainstream media. But the overall picture is to never really go beyond certain parameters. Never really, by the way, never, for instance, never ever say anything positive about any existing socialist or revolutionary society. Never bring in question the idea that Nicaragua might have popular support among large sectors of its people.
Still struggling with this today.
Something like this. I think the case of China. Bernie gave a very good example in his talk today, which really talks to the heart.
It's when they were still friends.
You can see these events in China where maybe hundreds were killed, although I don't know, because that Tiananmen Square was absolutely the most saturated, media-saturated place, and I didn't see anybody dead.
This is actually very interesting to hear his perspective, because this is in 1989, so this is right after Tiananmen happened. So interesting to see the analysis in the moment. And as we know, I think Parenti and others had sort of a different view on China then, with like after the opening up of the economy. We've talked about this in the past, how there's a lot of people that I think were a little skeptical about that viewed China at that point, especially in their anti-Sovietism also. How they'd become basically another sort of client state of the U.S. So you see how that's kind of... these tendencies are being articulated here. Really interesting too, right at that time when that was going on. Yeah, he thought they had gone full capitalist restoration. I mean, there's a bunch of that in Black Shirts and Reds. But interesting too that he is, even though Tiananmen has become basically the Western propaganda tool to talk about China's like authoritarianism or whatever, you see Parenti in classic Parenti fashion, even during the height of that, even when he himself was skeptical of it, still casting doubt on it because of the way it's presented in Western media. I think that's kind of interesting as well. That's just how he operates. It was also at a time when manufacturing was all shifting to China, and the workers here were all like, what the hell? Yeah, for sure.
Today, which really talks to the heart of the media. You can see these events in China where maybe hundreds were killed, although I don't know, because that Tiananmen Square was absolutely the most saturated, media-saturated place, and I didn't see anybody dead. I didn't see the bodies and all that, and I heard very highly fabricated stories also, like tanks rolled over students who were asleep in their tents. Any student who would be asleep in his tent when 100,000 people were stampeding and shots were being fired and a whole army was moving in was close to death already. And that turns out to be apparently a fabricated story. But that story was kicked around for a long time. And Bernard made the point that...
This is interesting.
Which is a point that media critics have often made, that the media will focus on an event and a happening, but not on a condition. And he said there's another condition of oppression.
We'll also focus on events while denying similar or worse events that we've been responsible for. You know? How China can never do anything to move past the stain of Tiananmen, whereas all the massive amounts of violence and repression and torture that we've been responsible for just kind of slides right off our backs and does not say anything about our system or society or culture in any way.
45,000 people killed children die every day, but that's a condition. That's not news. I believe that's not news, not because it just happens every day and it's all hat, but because if you began to explore that, you would then begin to uncover all sorts of things about imperialism, which would uncover all sorts of things about capitalism.
You've been running over protesters and homeless people in tents.
Fact, but it will be treated as an isolated fact. It will report that there's poverty or that there's homelessness. You know, I read in the New York Times one week that there was 25,000 homeless people in New York that they counted. And there were 40,000 empty apartment units. Now, there's one of two things.
Exact same set of conditions still.
You can understand
or
that there's
worse.
a link between those two things. That the people who control housing are in housing to make money out of it, not to provide housing for people.
And you saw those people online. There was that whole discourse the other day online, like, oh, you think that like people profit from not renting out apartments? So how does that work, smart guy? And it's like, actually, it's pretty easy to understand how it works. When you refuse to rent out an apartment until you can get someone to pay like a certain percentage above market price for it, and then you make more than you would have made if you had just rented at market value that whole time, you make money. You know, it's not fucking that complicated. Equity, what's that? Yeah, exactly. It's like saying, how do you make money from stock without selling it? It's just the fucking like feigned ignorance that these people have to justify, perpetuate this just totally indefensible, horrific system. An empty apartment can also be a tax write-off. Yeah. Yeah, and I think the homeless population is even worse. The housing costs are even worse. Crazy. We talked about San Francisco a lot. You know, I think New York and San Francisco are two actually really interesting examples of, you know, these are places where they're capitalist like epicenters, right? Of like finance capitalism and the Silicon Valley tech capitalism in both of these examples.
You can count on me
and how
good old Rob to
you would
talk you
think
through all this.
If this was the best system, the best way of doing things, the most equitable system, the way to bring people out of poverty and all this stuff that people say, capitalists say, these epicenters of capitalism should be fucking paradises, right? Instead, it's the opposite. It's like the more money flows into these places, the worse the inequality gets and the worse the material conditions for most of the people that actually live in these places gets. And the more horror and depravity that people are forced to live under. And the more money gets funded into repressive police, powerful police institutions that engage with these kind of people. You know, you just see how capitalism is just like a fucking tick or something, just like descending on these places and creating such horrible inequality. And you see wherever it goes, it just latches on and just destroys, like increases all the housing, makes it impossible for people to like earn a living there, takes all the gentrifies, takes all the people that actually live there and do the work in the restaurants and wherever else in the service workers, forces them out and forces them to come from elsewhere, creates this massive amount of income inequality and devastation and addiction and despair, you know? It's such a stark, obvious example of the way that capitalism creates that kind of misery and thrives off it. This is absolutely atrocious. I finished my exam this morning and tuned into TRRS at 2 p.m. Central. We've only gifted 4 of 35 of today's quota to our great leader. Disgusting. Well, Dr. Maggot, I wouldn't put it like that. You know, I'm just one of the community. Yeah, I'm sure we'll get up there. Right? I'm sure we'll get up there more. No need to worry too much about it. I haven't even thought about it. I'll tell you that much. In case anyone here hasn't heard, Blackstone is very well over its terrible reputation, so it rebrands when it enters the markets of other countries. Here in Denmark, it calls itself Caribbean. Okay, that's interesting. Oh, and thank you, Progressive Canuck. That's actually a good reminder. Thank you, Progressive Canuck, for the gifted sub from 2 minutes ago. Thank you, Progressive Canuck. Yeah, and all these Democrat-run cities, exactly. I just think it's kind of interesting and fascinating. You can just see, like, if you can kind of visualize it as a system just descending on these places and leaving that kind of depravity and misery in its wake.
You can count on
these are the epicenters of Western capitalism. Like, they should be huge infrastructure projects and mass, like, they should look like fucking gleaming, beautiful examples of the success of the system. And the opposite is true. Right? You saw the CEO of what was it, Cash App? was stabbed to death in San Francisco the other day. And actually, interesting. I read the reporting on it, and he was stabbed, and he was literally like walking around while stabbed, trying to get help, and everyone was just like, "Get out of here." And it just shows you that no matter how powerful and wealthy you are in one of these places, you will be lumped in with the homeless and the mentally unwell if you is suffering any of the consequences, right? If you end up in that position. Really sad story, but it's just showing you how becoming epicenters of capitalism is actually having a negative effect on these places, not a positive effect. Yeah, they should literally look like Star Wars San Francisco at this point. And again, to go back to the China thing, that's what I find is interesting, because you look at epicenters of Chinese capitalism, or socialism with Chinese characteristics, and whatever you want to call it, and it is the opposite. They are building these, like, the epicenters of commerce there are becoming these like huge, with amazing futuristic places with all kinds of incredible infrastructure projects and engineering feats. Like, you're seeing that, and it's another example of how, even though we can criticize them, or as many do, for like embracing markets in this way or using capitalism, you see how it's a different system. You can physically see it, right? You can see it in their priorities and their values versus epicenters of capitalism and commerce in the United States, where it's having a negative impact on these places. It's interesting. They live in the future, to put it simply. Well, that's what I was reading in that movie, Her, the Spike Jonze movie, to give it a futuristic look, which is, I think, actually in that movie, one of the most unrealistic things about it is they just took buildings from Shanghai and just put them into like these scenes that they were shooting in America, just to give it this like futuristic look. But of all the unrealistic stuff in that movie, I think the idea that America's going to build any new infrastructure was probably the most unrealistic of all. Where he got stabbed is a working class neighborhood that techies have gentrified it. Yeah, no, I just think, it's a sad story, but I think New York and San Francisco is really interesting examples of the way that like becoming epicenters of capitalism and commerce is having this like horrifically negative impact on all of these places, and just create the more wealth that flows in, the more misery and the more depravity people are forced to live under. Now let's continue this here.
And they will leave those units
Oh, and thank you, Dr. Maggot, for the gifted sub. I appreciate that, Dr. Maggot. Thank you.
to get them off rent stabilization so they can then jack up the prices on them and make more money and drive people out and drive more people into homelessness, so that you can see the link between the plunder of the rich and the poor. That's one choice you have. The other choice you have is to go the rest of your life, through life, as a half-assed liberal and say, isn't that something? 25,000 homeless, 45,000 empty apartments. How foolish that is. What a silly way to do things. Why don't we do something about that?
And how do you with a straight face tell people that this is a system that makes sense? When you look at these epicenters of capitalism and commerce, and you see the fucking thousands of people living on the street in utter squalor, these basically favelas that are being developed now in a lot of these places, and the addiction and the despair that people are living under, which is just getting worse, as these conservatives constantly remind people of. They view it as a problem with like the liberals and the Democrats that run these cities, when really it's a problem of capitalism, which they all support. But how do you see that in these places, and seeing that level of fucking misery, and say, yes, this is a good economic system. This makes sense. Right? It's fucking ludicrous, isn't it? It's really ludicrous.
And I maintain that the media invites you to do the second. They will tell you there's 25,000 homeless, but never say what are the social dynamics that have created those homeless. There's just only so far they will go. Now, when you talk to reporters about that and you say, why don't you talk about the social dynamics? They say, look, we're not going to get into your ideology. I said, what ideology? That's an empirical fact that these people did not drop down from Mars, that there must be something that created them. Why don't you go into that? And when you argue with reporters that they might be working for a system that's rigged, it's really very interesting. Some reporters know it, and they'll say,
my co-host Pat talks at length about the poverty witnessed in India in a major city fairly often on our stream. Well, that's an interesting analogy too, Johnny, right? When you look at like India and China, who have like somewhat similar developmental paths and conditions, right? Not identical, obviously, but similar. And again, it's that question of like, is China doing capitalism? Well, it's like, well, if they were just doing capitalism, you can see where the development has gone in one place versus the other. And it's very clearly two different sets of priorities and values that are being advanced. When it comes to the people that have the least in those societies, you just put them back to back. So you can, that's why it's dismissive and not accurate, I think, to say like, well, China, like, you know, they're capitalists too. So just go, like, we can't ever say anything positive about them. But if they were, then they would look a lot more like India. You know, if they were, they wouldn't have these big publicly profitable, privately subsidized infrastructure projects, which are helping people without factoring in the profit motive. You know, it's very clearly just two different systems.
hey, we're censored all the time. You have to have very finely tuned antenna. There's just to a certain line you can go. Some reporters like Kevin Kelly.
It's actually an interesting point. I know free will. I visited a favela and it's much nicer than U.S. homelessness. Their houses look like shit from the outside, and of course poverty sucks, but inside some of them are quite nice. I felt weird and bad for doing poverty tourism, but the tour guide was shit-talking Lula from the left, and the tour company owner lived in the favela. It's really interesting. And I mean, it's like you're seeing, you know, we talk about how fascism is like when imperialism comes home. So I think like we're seeing the conditions that Western style capitalism has forced on places in Latin America now starting to really come home to domestically, like in the US and in Canada. So I think we're going to see, as this progresses, we're going to see a lot of that continue. Yeah, same with me, Carrier Wave. I visited San Francisco around the same time, and I found it shocking as well. You know, not like there isn't poverty and homelessness in Montreal, of course, but it really was like using public transit in San Francisco was kind of eye-opening. Yeah, call me crazy, but Beijing and Shanghai look a little different from New Delhi and Mumbai. Yeah, exactly. Let's have it in Ottawa so we can do a cool truckers rally. We will have a conference, okay? Also, the favelas, I've seen solid walls, and in the USA, homeless and really poor people live in their cars or tents, and the tent cities routinely get cleared away by police. And homeless people can lose everything. Or like citizens, like we've been so designed to view these communities in San Francisco or elsewhere, and rather than saying like, how do we help these people? This is obviously an example of our failing system. How do we fix that? Instead, we view them as like vermin that need to be eradicated because we've cultivated this culture of like petty bourgeois fascism. So rather, when we see these homeless communities, instead of being like, how do we help these people? We're like, get these disgusting people, get the cops in here, get them out of here. Or you have like citizen vigilantes coming in and dismantling like homeless people's little shack that they've built on public property, you know, and expecting to be like rewarded for it. It's like really sickening the way we've cultivated this kind of attitude in our society. It's the 21st century, the richest country in the history of the world. It's really, the contradiction is just so glaring that it's, I think, kind of depressing that more people don't fucking grasp this basic idea. That like, this is not a sign that we live in a economy or society that makes sense or has good values. It's actually a sign that it's failing or working as intended, you know? Instead, we blame those people. They're addicts. Why don't they go fucking get a job at McDonald's or whatever? It's uncomfortable it's uncomfortable for me when I'm trying to live in this city and go to my nice brunch spots or whatever to have to see these tent encampments on the way. So when are the cops going to go in there and bust these places up? I fight with my dad about taking care of the homeless. He calls them lazy drug addicts. That's the mentality of the most marginalized in America. It's so common, that kind of viewpoint. It's really sick the way that we've cultivated this. We've cultivated this attitude about the people lower than us on the ladder, and all our contempt that should be going to the people that own our countries goes towards these people who have nothing, less than nothing. Yeah, and if they are lazy drug addicts, put them in housing too. Yeah, it's not complicated. That's what Housing First is about. Oh, let's give the homeless people, if they're homeless, they should get housing, but only if they can pass through like 15 bureaucratic hoops and prove that they're a good person first. No, fucking just if you don't want to have homeless people in your streets, put them in homes. Yeah, it's the equation of poverty as a moral failing, which is baked into American ideology, right? That's one of the most American concepts, which is really this kind of like perversion of this kind of Christian idea, which they claim to support. Low income housing in LA has 3 to 5 year wait time. It's just it's just nonsense. Like, it's just completely stupid. I was shocked beyond belief back when I learned how Americans can have a job and still be homeless and live in their car or a tent. It's such a disgusting way to treat people in the USA. I mean, that's the whole fucked up thing about telling these people, why don't you get a job? Many of them do have jobs. They do have jobs. Like, people that are living that level of poverty are often the fucking hardest workers that you can imagine. And there's no escape from it. I have a city job in the parks department. I honestly think my coworkers want to have the coworkers killed. Jesus Christ. That's scary. That's scary, ML Thoughtism. A random landlord lackey in my apartment building literally mimed shooting homeless people when we were casually discussing the neighborhood security issues. It's really, it's honestly disturbing how we've cultivated this attitude. You know? It's extreme, and like we're in Canada now, like we're literally just like being like, if you got a problem, kill yourself. That's our solution now, rather than put people in housing. And most people are fine with that. They're fine with that, or having the cops deal with them. The idea of getting homeless people killed. Yeah, that makes more sense than what I thought you were saying, ML Thoughtism. And people are fine with that. It's extremely disturbing. We watched this Bill Maher clip last night where he's like, selfishness is human nature. But he doesn't follow that through to, so we should design systems built around that fact. And also, I fundamentally don't agree with that, you know? Well, that's what I mean. Yeah, we've cultivated a system where we promote and support and make it so the most selfish people are the ones that rise to the top. Like, these are very deliberate decisions. And famously,
you can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
When other societies have tried to form a new way of doing things that's based around social solidarity, that's based around redistributing wealth, that's based around subverting these power structures, we do everything in our power to destroy them. Thank you, Diego, for the other gifted sub. Thank you, Diego. I used to line cook at a golf course, and the boss was so giddy when he told me that he called the cops on a homeless person sleeping on the course. Fuck. We've just cultivated this. We're just a nation of fucking Nazis. We are. While simultaneously pretending to be like progressive and enlightened. crab Nazis in a bucket. It's just sickening. It's sickening stuff. I'm going to continue this, and I got to close my window here. I got some noise from outside coming in. Just one sec.
It wouldn't work for them because he knows. So he goes and he works for a very fine writer.
Little Eichmanns, that's right.
And he works for, you don't mind me saying, very small circulation publications. He works for those small publications that I write for also, right? And he writes for them too. But there were other reporters, most of them, the other 90%, I would say, don't know what the hell you're talking about. And I tell you, it is the most, since I've written that book, Inventing Reality, it's the most annoying thing to have to talk to reporters. I was giving a lecture at Duke, and after the lecture, I said, would you meet with a seminar of reporters? We have people from the Washington Post, the New York Times, the Detroit Free Press, Time Magazine, and I forget what other, Wall Street Journal. I said, oh no, do I have to? I said, well, yeah, blah, blah, blah. And I had to sit with them. It's terrible, time and again. They sit there and they say, what are you talking about? I'm free to say what I like, and I say, because they like what you say. And then they say, the left could get its word in, maybe they don't work hard enough. I saw the labor reporter from the New York Times in New York sit with a whole room full of people from the labor press, from various unions who wrote for publication unions, and said, stop being crybabies. You got to get out there and try harder. We're not biased at the New York Times. And I said to him, you're not biased. The New York Times puts out a business section which has a staff of 45 people on the staff. And it has one labor reporter. And you don't see any bias just in that right there.
I mean, selfishness is only a human characteristic in this specific society and economic system that we've cultivated. Look no further than barter economy or African tribes who still to this day live nomadic lifestyles. Selfishness as a necessity only goes as far as the system requires it to. Yeah, and I think that's a good point, Johnny. And like the analogy that I always go to is like even in our society where we've cultivated this kind of like attitude of like viewing everyone as your competition, of not having any social solidarity. We've really cultivated this relentless like individualism and like wealth hoarding, these things that we value and cherish. But I maintain though that as well, no matter how many people, how you're conditioned to like thrive in this system, if one of your neighbor's houses catches on fire, I think our instinct in those moments when someone's in trouble is to go help them. That's our instinct. That's our nature. That's our nature, is to go to your neighbor and be like, what do you need? Do you need shelter? Do you need food? How can I help? How can I help you in this situation? That's our instinct. But it's actually the opposite, right? We live in this society where we've beaten that out of us. We've created a system that goes against our nature, that promotes the opposite of that promotes this attitude of like, fuck you, it's your fault your house burned down. You deserve what you get. We've cultivated that kind of attitude, but I don't think that's what our nature is or what our instinct is. Our instinct is the opposite. Oh, that was Dr. Maggot that said that. I misread the name, that comment there. Brandon Johnson just won with a pretty good position on policing, emphasizing the need for mental health professionals, etc. It's encouraging because it tells you that the tired old cop lies aren't doing the trick anymore. And you're right, Matt, but I'm going to be very interested to see how elite society in Chicago responds to that. Because we've seen when other people rise through our electoral system that have these kind of values, how they get treated and how everything is going to be done to ensure that they can't actually enact any of these policies or enact any of this kind of this vision. So I do think that's a really exciting and hopeful moment, but I'm very interested to see how elites come together to try and destroy this guy, as they've done to any other prominent individual who's promoted these kind of values. He's already folded for solidarity when it comes to Palestine, so I don't know how squishy he could become. I did see he had some like criticism of Israel equals anti-Semitism comments. You really can't, you really can't win, really. They have to balance their bloodlust with the desire to pay less in taxes, the age-old American dilemma. That's right. Every little day-to-day incident is going to be used by used as an indictment of Brandon Johnson in Chicago. Exactly what happened in San Francisco with Chesa Boudin, right? They're still blaming the violence in San Francisco on Chesa Boudin, who hasn't even been now the DA for like 10 months. He was deposed, even though he was like trying to take a slightly more progressive view of like policing and of the way that like the city treats these kinds of incidents. They're still blaming the crime on him, who has not been there for 10 months. And in fact, crime has only gone up since he's been gone. But that's exactly right. That like any violence that happens in Chicago, anything that can remotely contribute to that narrative, even if there's no change in it, or even if it goes down, will be used to attack this guy. There's no question. They either blame him or only now include the context the crime has gone down over recent decades. Yeah, exactly. I mean, just this whole idea of crime in general, then the way that the media has been a part of just over the last year or two, especially ramping up this narrative of this crime wave, this uncontrollable crime wave, where in actual context is significantly less than it's been in the past. But according to millions of Americans that are plugged into this media system, they think that every city is just undergoing this, like, it's basically Gotham City with like thugs and people prancing around just doing whatever they want. We need more police. That's right. That's always the solution, no matter what the actual narrative is. More police. The San Francisco cops refused to work with Boudin and forced the DA office to waste time doing shit that they shouldn't have had to do, all in open attempts to make Boudin look terrible. Or the New York or the NYPD with Bill de Blasio. Bill de Blasio was like a milquetoast liberal, maybe somewhat progressive, maybe who had some mild criticisms of the NYPD. They treated him like he's fucking Che Guevara, you know? They threatened his family, like they openly threatened his family. Barely even progressive, like you know, I mean, even just in terms of rhetoric that he would use, maybe a little bit more progressive than anyone else. They threatened his family. They like turned their backs to him in press conferences and stuff. And now you have Eric Adams in now, who still gets called a basically far left communist by the right, and now the NYPD is getting a 25% raise. It's absolutely ludicrous.
They don't see it. And they have a whole set of, we try hard, or we must be doing something right because the right criticizes us and the left criticizes us. So
that's right.
Therefore, right, we do something right. Isn't that right? See, the left says that 2 plus 2 is 4. The right says that 2 plus 2 is 6. We say that 2 plus 2 is 5, so we must be right because we got them both on each side. They cancel each other out. And they have a whole bunch of these kinds of things. And so you begin to realize that the worst forms of oppression are those forms of oppression which so insinuate themselves into the fabric of your political culture and your everyday experience as to not even be experienced as oppression. I mean, these guys censor themselves all the time. They inject their political views in there and they don't even realize it, you see. And they don't even see the ways in which they are controlled. By the way, on the case of China, let me add another thing. Do you know during the weeks that China was receiving saturation coverage, and I don't want to take anything away from the courage and the commitment of the students and the legitimacy of their demands, which, by the way, you never even got in the press what their demands were. They had some interesting sets of demands. But I was feeling resentful. Not about the students. I was feeling resentful toward the media. As someone who for 30 years has sat down on pavements and been arrested and marched on picket lines and never received that kind of coverage, who for 30 years then runs home and sees a little, and today there was a demonstration, they went back, said, that was us, just before the ball game. You know, it really get resentful. And during those same 3 weeks, you know, 300 people were shot dead in Venezuela, in working class districts in Venezuela, over food riots. Not over something so abstract as democracy. And by the way, none of those kids in the square were starving, remember that. But these people were desperate for their homes, for their husbands, for their wives, for their children. They were out there and they were shot dead by the army in Venezuela. Okay, you don't give it saturation coverage. You don't give it all afternoon or whatever else, but maybe 2 minutes, a little something about what's happening in Venezuela. Maybe something about
We hear about Venezuela now.
done in Venezuela.
Certainly.
I'm not asking too much, but at least something on it. So the media, you see, everybody's
Wonder what
talking about
changed.
China and want to pass resolutions on China. Sure, let's do it. And while we're at it, let's pass some for Venezuela and for Paraguay and Indonesia and East Timor and a whole bunch of other places that the media has consistently suppressed. And yet, even among the left, you see, the media may not tell us what to think, but they're telling us what to think about, and they're directing our attention toward a particular subject.
One is funny note, Free Will, you're talking about the link between like lead in paint and gasoline versus like people being aggressive and neurotoxins and the rise in crime. Fortunately, though, all those people that were poisoned by those toxic lead exposures are all now in prominent politicians and powerful people in our society making all these decisions. So,
And sometimes disproportionately so.
that's okay.
I'm almost over, right? I'll finish up. The last thing I would say is what they finally then say to you is, oh, what do you have, a conspiracy theory? Usually say with a crud-eating grin like that. Oh, what do you have, a conspiracy theory, friend? Like you've been demolished, and you're supposed to jump up on the chair and go, eek, a conspiracy. Oh, no, not a conspiracy. Oh, no, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. Because there are no conspiracies, right? COINTELPRO, the Pentagon Papers, that never happened. The Watergate break-in, the Watergate cover-up, these were all conspiracies. Iran-Contra is a mind-boggling conspiracy. Members of Congress who are saying we may never get to the bottom of this and never get the whole truth of it.
Okay, really interesting considering the headline we're going to look at next. We may never get to the bottom of this. We don't know. Very, very interesting analogy.
Investigating it in your methods, you never will. Like not inviting George Bush, I thought was the biggest part of the cover-up. We may never, of course there are conspiracies going on, but in fact these elites do not operate conspiratorial only. They very much put it out front and try to legitimate their point of view and all that. But what they do is consistently suppress any awareness of the class interests that they have. And by class, I don't mean upper middle, lower middle. I don't mean the demographics.
The word that Chomsky seems allergic to saying.
To wealth and power, which is the way Marxists use class. Those who own the land, the labor, the resources, the capital, the technology of this country and other countries, and those of us who are victimized by that pattern of exploitation and ownership. That's what we mean by class. And they do consistently and consciously cover that up and do not allow any discussion on it. And if you don't think so, go work for one of them and hand in some copy where you talk about that and see what the editor will say. You're getting a little overworked here on your story. This is getting a little ideological. Look, you should stick just to the facts. You know, you've just got to be factual. So there are indeed conspiracies. In fact, the ruling elites always talk about how they must work in conspiracy. Conspiracy means to collude together in secrecy for what are potentially illegal or immoral ends. And they do this all the time, and they talk about the necessity of it, and they even give it a name. They call it national security. Thank you very much.
Some nice fits there. Did Noam ever think to himself, man, all these things I'm saying apply to me? Well, that's the thing. It's like that Garfield thing. Wonder who that's for. Anyways, I got a really interesting headline to look at here. This is truly incredible. If we've been looking at these like clips of Chomsky and Parenti talking about the way Western propaganda works, talking about the way that the New York Times is a part of that, outlining these things from like, this is 89 that this took place, and we can zip ahead to 2023 and look at a headline like this one. This is amazing. Watch this. Look at this. Here's the New York Times about the Nord Stream pipeline story. This is an incredible tweet. Here's the headline: Suspicions multiply as Nord Stream sabotage remains unsolved. Intelligence leaks surrounding the sabotage of the pipelines have provided more questions than answers. It may be in no one's interest to reveal more. That's the headline. Intelligence leaks, suspicions multiply as Nord Stream sabotage remains unsolved. Intelligence leaks surrounding who blew up most of the Russian-backed Nord Stream pipelines last September provided more questions than answers. It may be in no one's best interest to reveal more. You know what? We better just leave this one alone. We better just stop now. I don't think anyone's benefiting from us poking around in this. And over the intelligence leaks, oh yeah, the Nord Stream pipeline was blown up after Hirsch did his reporting of it, which was, of course, not talked about in any of mainstream media. The actual reporting that Seymour Hirsch did on it, which articulated his view that the U.S. was responsible for the pipeline being sabotaged, which, again, we all knew literally the day it happened, because we're not fucking dumbasses in this community. We have this basic understanding of the way that the United States operates, and we can make little connections, like seeing Joe Biden say, well, there's not going to be a pipeline anymore. And then a few months later, the pipeline is sabotaged. Well, guess what? Guess what happened? I don't know. I don't think it's that hard to figure out. I don't think you need to be an intelligence OSINT guy or whatever to figure this shit out. But yeah, so then the leaked reporting after Hirsch's report says like, oh, the sabotage happened by a pro-Ukrainian group with obviously has access to incredible resources and training to engage in that kind of a operation. But even though the US and NATO and the CIA and CSIS and MI6 and all these intelligence institutions and national security institutions have been pumping billions of dollars into arming and funding and training these Ukrainian nationalist groups for 10 years, this particular group, which engaged in this sabotage, using obviously a large amount of training and material resources, is actually not connected to Zelensky or is not connected to NATO or is not connected to anything we were doing. That's what the intelligence leaks said. You know, which is amazing just in and of itself, just getting people to believe that basic idea. Yeah, this is a pro-Ukraine group that has weapons and training, but even though we've been giving weapons and training to all kinds of pro-Ukraine groups, this is actually one of the ones that we had nothing to do with. So just some divers on a random yacht. That's right. Yeah, and denigrating our brave OSINT operatives. Some of the biggest losers in the world. How much of a sad person do you have to be to just volunteer, be an unpaid intern for like Western intelligence? Very unfortunate stuff, in my opinion. Yeah, it was these random guys on their small little boat, of course. And so even after that brazen effort at getting people to, accept that, now they're saying like, well, this is just it led to more questions than answers, and if we better not even look into it even more. Why even look into it? Can I click on this? I don't think I can. It's going to let me read it. Okay, I can't actually read it. Interesting. Or remember literally Anne Applebaum's Polish MEP husband, when this happened, tweeted, "Thanks, America." Anne Applebaum, who herself is a big part of this Ukrainian nationalist double genocide theory narrative, which has become the accepted truth in the West about Ukraine and about the Soviet history in Ukraine. Her husband, her Polish MEP husband, is like, "Thanks, America," right after this happened. But still, though, it's a conspiracy theory. It's a conspiracy theory. And of course, Hirsch's reporting was like unsourced and not credible, whereas the sources where it's just like one intelligence person being like, "Oh yeah, trust me on this. We had nothing to do with it." That is credible. While NATO was running a naval exercise in the area, exactly. Russian and Danish naval vessels that disappear in the Baltic Sea days before an underwater pipeline blast, a German charter yacht with traces of explosive and a crew with forged passports, blurry photographs of a mysterious objects found near a single surviving pipeline strand. These are the latest clues in the hunt to reveal who, last September 26, blew up most of the Kremlin-backed Nord Stream pipelines, some 260 feet below the Baltic Sea, that were once the largest supplier of Europe's natural gas. It's just a mystery. It's a mystery wrapped in an enigma. There's just no way of knowing all these different stories. There's just no way of knowing what the actual truth is. In fact, we probably shouldn't even look into it any further. Yeah, Denmark even got mentioned. That's right. Nobody questions why they keep saying not to talk about it. That's right. And it's just the same way that they say constantly the unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. As Chomsky himself pointed out, if it wasn't provoked, they wouldn't need to say that in every mainstream media headline and discussion of this. It's the same kind of thing. Yeah, we better stop asking questions about this. We better stop asking questions about this mystery. We'll just never know. Like, who the fuck do they think we are? Just a few weeks ago, New York Times reporting on new intelligence, along with the German police findings reported by the German media. Certainly the Germans would never be dishonest about any of this kind of stuff. Suggested a possible solution to the Nord Stream puzzle. Like, it's just, you see it in writing, and it's just so absurd. Pro-Ukraine operatives renting a German pleasure boat and pulling off a fantastical covert mission. Like, you know, it's like, come on. It's like they'll believe anything except the obvious truth that's clear to everybody, clear to all of us. This one was invented by a writer. That's right. You know, honestly, you can see from the beginning of when all this stuff is directed away from the most simple question, which is who had the motive to do this? To which there's an answer for the U.S. in the West, and there's not a motive for Putler and the Kremlin-backed Russian intelligence. Very simple. Yeah, and even like the motive is there, and you even have the person who has the biggest motive, the leader of the government, saying like, yeah, we're going to make sure we get rid of this pipeline. Believe me. Believe me. We're going to make sure we get rid of it. So not only do you have a motive, you have the head of the government of the country that has the motive being like, yeah, we're going to get rid of it. Don't worry about that. You know, it's like, what more do you really need here? That's been my question. What more do you really need? Can you link the article? Yes, I can. Motive and premeditation. It's really astounding. I thought this was like such a fascinating headline to, like, you know, that I think is really analogous to a lot of these conversations we've been having today about this. It may be in no one's interest to reveal more. And yeah, no one. Who is the no one? Like, whose interests? It might be of interest to people in like Germany, for example, who are like having massively increased energy prices as a result. It might be in their interest to reveal who the culprit was, you know? It might be of interest to Russia to know whether their like Western enemies are bombing their own allies' infrastructure and sabotaging it. They convict murderers on less evidence. Absolutely. Absolutely. Like,
do it.
Swift measures?
Let me answer the first question first. If Russia invades, that means tanks or troops crossing the border of Ukraine again. Then there will be no longer a Nord Stream 2. We will bring an end to it.
How will you do that?
I wonder what happened.
Exactly.
We just don't know.
Since the project,
we just don't
control of
know.
The project is within Germany's control.
We will. I promise you, we'll be able to do it.
It's just a mystery wrapped in an enigma. We'll never know. And you know what? We should probably stop tugging at these threads. No, who is it helping to know the answer? You know, who is it helping? We better just leave this one alone. I love the expression on his face too. It's so funny. It's like the reporter is stunned by the audacity. Seriously. You got to think even his handlers were kind of like, ugh, maybe he laid it on a little thick there. I think this was at a time when they actually even there's an interesting thing that was going on with the lead up to the Ukraine invasion where it's like, I don't even think they really thought Russia was going to do it. But it was in their interest to say like, oh yeah, they're going to do it any day now. But in retrospect that I think they were just kind of saying that. But I think this was coming at a time when they didn't actually expect Russia to go through with it. They thought they could kind of scare them off from going through an actual invasion. It will get interesting as his dementia progresses to see how many quiet parts he says out loud. Well, I mean, that was one of the most valuable things about Trump, right? The fact that he would be open and honest about a lot of this stuff also. Trump would be like, we blew up, folks. It was the most beautiful operation. I was in the Situation Room myself, supervising the best. We got the best divers and saboteurs. You know? Trump would just be like openly honest about that. Which is, that's a whole other subject. We were just looking at Michael Parenti. There's that piece by Christian Parenti going around right now about how Trump was like an enemy of the empire. And that's why he was opposed so much, which is just fucking nonsense in the first place. Remember when you said Russia wouldn't invade Ukraine? Well, a lot of people were saying that. I don't think I was alone in that. I think a lot of people were genuinely taken aback by that. So yes, I do. But I also had talked a lot about in the lead up to that invasion, like why it was going on. So even though I and many others were surprised that Russia actually went through with it, I did understand like the actual context of why it was going on. So like people point that out like it's some gotcha. It's like, yeah, I'm never going to apologize for assuming that when national security representatives start talking about something that's going to happen, to assume that they're lying and bullshitting because that's what these people do. I'm still going to go ahead and continue to doubt any time these people say anything because they're liars and murderers. Have you been waiting for the last year to come on and get me on this one? Are you a hellion? Have you been waiting in the wings for a year to bust me, to bust my chops on this? A year and 2 months later. Yeah. I have been here for the last year, like talking about this stuff, you know? Okay. Anyway, see you later, dipshit. This is the same gotcha BS they throw at Caitlyn Johnstone. No, I know, like, and that's the thing. It's like I was definitely surprised. I assumed, as many others did, that these people were lying and obfuscating. And like I was talking about, I think many of them actually didn't even know that it was happening for sure. And we're just saying that. But anyway, just, that none of that has changed my actual analysis of like why the thing was happening in the first place. And it certainly hasn't changed my opinion on whether or not we should be like supporting NATO, like living in the West and kind of claiming to be progressive or on the left and supporting NATO, regardless of what's happened. That's still like a completely contradictory and incoherent position to hold. So What else do I have here? I think I have some other headlines. Oh, we should get into the Israel stuff, I guess, right? While we're talking about propaganda and the media and all that stuff. So when you talk about Israel, and you know what, I'm gonna talk about this in one sec. I do think I should just take a small break first. Because I kind of have to go to the bathroom before I get into this like whole other segment that I'm going to do here. And I got about another hour to go in the stream. I should remind you folks though first that, we've talked about all the ways that our propaganda model in the West functions and the way that these mainstream media institutions work to manufacture consent for all kinds of different things, are upholding our economic system, foreign policy engagements like what happened with Ukraine, right? And one small we talked about how the whole local media ecosystem has been completely wiped out. But one thing that is still possible for now is that you are still able to have a minor impact doing independent journalism or commentary on these social media websites. So that being said, if you enjoy this program, if you enjoy tuning into TRRS each and every day, or, sometimes, maybe not every day, ideally every day, but whatever. If you enjoy the program, if you enjoy the community, and if you want to support this kind of analysis, being able to try and counteract or debunk some of these narratives, please subscribe. Please subscribe to the program. You can subscribe for $5 per month. You can get all the emotes, some of the very best emotes in the entire platform of Twitch. You can join this community, which in my opinion, is the very best community on this platform. It's $5 per month. It is completely free of charge if you've got an Amazon Prime account. Now that guy is DMing me now. I will continue to be ignoring that individual. Subscribe to the show. It's $5. It's completely free of charge with an Amazon Prime account. Get all the emotes, support the community, become a valued member of the community, join the elite tier or the chaos zone or the base level of the friendship triangle system. The Twitch is only two-dimensional triangle shaped trickle-down clout and friendship access tiered reward system. Every little bit helps. And if you can support this program and support the work that I do here, it means a lot. And the only way that I'm able to do this show and continue this commentary and keep this community going is through the generosity of the wonderful community that has coalesced around this program. So, I imagine now there's a few subs that are just in the process of coming through. I'm just going to patiently sit here and in a non-stressed out way to see if we can maybe make the number will go up just ever so slightly. Then I can take my little break and we can come back and continue talking about propaganda and the media and it through the lens of this recent uptick in violence in Israel-Palestine. They're coming in, they just got hung up by those frozen internet lines. That's it.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Amazing Bird Show. Thank you, Amazing Bird Show, for the gifted sub. Now Carrier Wave's getting DM'd. Just no one write that this person is mad, though. That's all. No one write that they're mad.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Part Ian, for the gifted sub as well. Thank you very much, Part Ian. You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle. Gen X Bushy, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you, Gen X Bushy. I really appreciate that. Always bailing me out. Always bailing me out and preventing me from humiliating myself.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Oh, and thank you, Dr. Maggot, for another 2 gifted subs. Thank you, Dr. Maggot. Very much appreciated. We do have a hype train on the horizon now as well.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
The Rob Rousseau Show? More like tankies are really sweet. Can you're a tanky and all. Anyway, please eat more oats.
Thank you, Quaker Oats Sky, for the 18 months tier 1. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's just the idea that I'm going to like apologize or like for being skeptical of these wild claims being made. Like, we talk all the time about our media and the way the media functions and the way the propaganda works. And the idea that it's like somehow a negative for me that I was skeptical about wild claims that are being made by representatives of the security state on mainstream media. It's like, no, it's like, of course I'm going to be skeptical of that. Of course I'm going to be skeptical. Okay, wow, our friend Marina saying, give Rob money. This is my birthday wish. So at this point, not subscribing was actually, it would be insulting to Marina on their birthday, which is kind of messed up. You know? It's kind of messed up on someone's birthday when they have a specific request to be like, oh, you know what? Not for me. No, thank you. You should also be giving Marina money as well, though, frankly. Yeah, the mainstream media was saying they would invade for years. Like, you know, I'm never not going to be skeptical about that. I would do it if I had it without a doubt. Well, that's okay. That's okay. I mailed you a sub. You should receive it in 5 to 10 business days. Oh, thank you. That's nice. I take Anthony Blinken at his word. That's right. This is the real like Hunter S. Thompson style journalists are the ones that just take when the United States State Department says something, they just immediately believe it to be 100% truth. For sure, yeah. Those are the real adversarial journalists these days. They go to Ukraine to walk around with like some kind of NATO-sponsored tour guide, and then report back to their impressionable viewers.
Mark up the size of the account.
Interesting. If you can't trust the CIA, then who can you trust?
Yeah, thank you, Matt, for the 200 friend coin, and thank you, Level 1, for the 6 months tier 1 as well. That's what I mean. It's like I'm not gonna let some fucking dipshit trying to score points off me a year and 2 months later over this alter my basic stance that we should disregard or not trust claims from about official enemy countries coming from literally the CIA and the US State Department. And that's a good point too, Rel. Like, you were skeptical about an invasion at the time when Ukraine itself said they didn't believe in an invasion. Like, Zelensky himself was out there being like, whoa, let's tone down some of this invasion talk. At that time, they were literally saying that themselves. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing at Carrier Wave, like VJ Prashad and a number of other people that I respect a lot. I think if I'm in a camp with them on this one, I'm comfortable with that. You know? And it still doesn't alter the fact that the invasion took place, which has been horrible in many ways, which I've acknowledged on many occasions, doesn't change the actual analysis of like what led up to it in the first place. You know? And it doesn't change my analysis of whether we should be supporting or promoting NATO or the EU or the US State Department or all of these formerly colonialist countries, right? When you look at the map of countries that support the Ukrainian government versus countries that are neutral or support Russia, guess what it looks like? Guess what the map looks like? It's yet another map of all of these formerly colonialist countries, the West versus literally everyone else. So, you know, I may have got that one wrong, but I'm still more than happy to continue standing with the people that I'm standing with. Hey, Lana, how's it going? You just getting up? I will never get why people in the U.S. don't feel our primary
and have good old Rob to
point of
talk you through all
analysis
this.
in any international conflict isn't how was the U.S. involved? What did we do? For sure. I mean, the people like Dylan Burns, for example, you have one of his enemies talked about me a number of times. I didn't want to have a beef with this guy because I just think it's stupid and pointless. And I think he's also like 22. I'm a grown adult man. I don't need to be beefing online with like a 22-year-old pro-NATO journalist. And thank you, Quiet185, for 3 gifted subs as well. Thank you, Quiet1. Yeah, but just how, like, despite the fact that those people have kind of built these big platforms around this, completely obfuscating or like being completely ignorant of the role that America played is just like, it's nuts to me. The idea that you would deny or obfuscate America's role in this conflict or any other of these big global events. Such a baby-brained analysis, been doing the equivalent of why are you hitting yourself to Russia and Putler by keeping them out of the military alliance club and then soy-facing when after being hit in the face for 30 years, they strike back. Yeah. Okay, well, folks, thanks for everyone for supporting the stream. I really appreciate it. I'll try to do a final push at the end of the stream, but believe me, I really appreciate all the support, folks. I really, really do. Thank you. I'm just going to take a brief pause. Okay?
Israel.
I'll take a brief pause, but then we're going to come back and talk about this story. So I'll leave you with like this video here. He's a college kid studying IR, and some Atlantic Council demon has decided to make him into a child star geopol prodigy by injecting his platform with big bags of money, allegedly. Yeah. Yeah, it's very adversarial journalism to just like go promote and support NATO, you know, and go and do this kind of like war journalism, tourism, disaster tourism to promote and support the Western viewpoint and the pro-NATO viewpoint, and then suggest that you're like some kind of like anti-establishment Hunter S. Thompson type. You know, it's pretty silly. It's pretty ridiculous. What is this, Grom? I would like to see some more reporting on this. This is just like a breaking news image from International Magazine, which is cool. Saudi Arabia just announced to end its 8-year war on Yemen. If true, this is like an unbelievably huge development for both the people of Yemen, but also for China, who brokered this deal, which America has been funding. Again, you look at Yemen, you look at Syria, you look at Ukraine. What has America been doing in each of these places for years now? Not just over the last year. In each of these places, arming and funding one side of these brutal civil wars. Right? And now you have China coming in, trying to end the Ukraine war. And even though there's support for that within Ukraine, you have their Western masters being like, no deal, which is, of course, promoted and supported by people like Dylan Burns and his audience. And now you have them trying to end the Yemen conflict and the Syrian conflict. And Ryan Grimm, and listen, Ryan Grimm, I think does a lot of journalism that I think is really good. So don't always agree with the guy, but I think this is an important piece right now. To help end the Yemen war, all China had to do was be reasonable. Lo and behold, that's not something that the United States was interested in. The war in Yemen looks like it's coming to an end. U.S. media reported on Thursday that a ceasefire extending through 2023 had been agreed to. This is amazing news. This is exciting. This is the worst humanitarian disaster in the world, and which China is just helping to end right now. You know? This is a huge story. On Friday, Al Mayadeen, a generally pro-Houthi Lebanese news outlet, reported optimism from the Houthi side that the deal is real and the war is winding down. Reuters later on Friday matched Al Mayadeen's reporting, confirming that Saudi envoys will be traveling to Sana'a to discuss the terms of a permanent ceasefire. This is incredible. This is like an incredible story. This is the scale of humanitarian disaster that this has been just like almost unfathomable. And that's what I would ask for, like, Dylan Burns' viewers, like, to ask about America's role here. I may have been wrong about the Russian invasion. I didn't think that, I admit that. I didn't think that they would invade. I didn't believe these CIA and State Department guys when they were saying repeatedly in the weeks leading up to it, as they said year after year after year, that they would invade. Yeah, I didn't believe them because these are not trustworthy people. But you do have to ask yourself what America was doing in the years and months leading up to that happening. The invasion didn't just happen out of nowhere. It didn't just happen for no reason. America was directly implicated in creating the conditions that led to the invasion happening in the first place. And that's what people like Dylan Burns and his dipshit viewers that come into this chat sometimes don't want to interrogate in any way or investigate in any way. And in fact have been supporting and promoting and building big brands off of the idea that they need to be even more involved, and we need to support more intervention, and we need to continue arming and funding one side of this conflict. That's the way to end it, right? That's the way you got to end this conflict, was by pumping billions of dollars worth of arms, continually pumping them into the country. That's how you end the conflict, right? Whereas maybe I was incorrect about whether the invasion would happen, but still the position that I've been advocating for over the last year and 2 months would have actually been a better situation for everyone living there, which would have cut down on the brutality and the violence that we've seen over the last 2 years, whereas our friend Dylan Burns has been supporting it every single day, supporting it and promoting this. Look at this. This was April 6th. In case there was any confusion about who's responsible for ending this horrific humanitarian disaster. Like, this is historic. Like, getting it can't be understated how significant and historic getting Iran and the Saudis to do this is. Yeah, Frankster, thanks. Yeah. Now shake. It's over now. Now shake hands. You know, this is incredible. This is an incredible development. And yet we're still framing them as being the aggressors and the hostile ones. It seems like it is happening. I mean, I was, as much as I was like interested in this idea that China was negotiating or reestablishing diplomatic ties with the Saudis and Iran, I didn't want to like get ahead of myself and say like, oh, that means the war is going to end. The Yemen war is going to end. I didn't want to get ahead of myself. But like now it's actually, there's actual reporting on it. It actually does seem like it's happening, which is like, it's actually incredible. What was that third conflict is China's trying to stop? It's Ukraine, Yemen, and Syria. Extremely Bernie voice. It is actually not a radical idea for everyone to cooperate. Yes, isn't there someone they forgot to ask? That's right. Well, this is the thing, as much as Canada lectures other countries about human rights, you know, we talk about the Russians as if they're these barbarians over the last year, whereas we've been arming and funding one side of this war as well, in Ukraine and in Saudi Arabia and in the Yemen conflict. We've been arming the Saudis while they've been engaging in this. And now you have China stepping in and not arming anybody, and in fact getting them to reestablish these diplomatic ties and end this conflict, which I'll say one more time is the worst humanitarian disaster in the world right now. How are we going to awaken the old ones without blood and pain? I guess that's true as well. Anyway, this is like, yeah, the Israel is another story. We'll see if they can do anything there. Somehow I doubt that, but that would be incredible. But I think we shouldn't underestimate how historic and how amazing this is. Is there another there doesn't seem to be any stories about this yet on like YouTube. I guess it's relatively new. I'm just going to leave you with this. This is we'll see PBS, the PBS spin on this. I'm interested to see how PBS spins this restoring of ties. I'm going to put this on. I'll go to the bathroom and I'll be right back.
Arabia and Iran are taking a major step to improve relations. At a gathering in China today, the two nations agreed to reopen embassies in each other's capitals.
In nearly a decade, the first formal meeting between longtime rivals. Saudi TV showed the foreign ministers from Iran and Saudi Arabia signing a landmark deal brokered by Beijing to reestablish diplomatic relations. Chinese spokeswoman Mao Ning said the deal could bring peace to the Middle East.
The further improvement of Saudi-Iranian relations fully demonstrates the willingness and ability of regional countries to take the lead in regional peace and development.
The agreement includes the resumption of flights between Saudi Arabia and Iran, the reopening of embassies and consulates, bilateral visits, and the granting of visas for citizens of the two countries. The deal comes a month after Riyadh and Tehran announced they would normalize relations, in a diplomatic breakthrough that represents Beijing's growing influence in the region. Relations between the two nations have been fraught for decades, but officially broke in 2016. when Saudi Arabia carried out a mass execution of nearly 50 people, including prominent Shiite cleric Sheikh Nimr al-Nimr. In response, Iranian protesters stormed the Saudi embassy in Tehran, and Riyadh lashed back.
The kingdom, in light of these realities, announces the cutting of diplomatic relations with Iran and requests the departure of delegates of diplomatic missions.
Another thorn in the relationship, the war in Yemen. For 8 years, Saudi Arabia and Iran have backed opposite sides of a brutal battle that's killed hundreds of thousands. In 2014, Houthi rebels, backed by Tehran, seized the capital and took over much of the country. In 2015, Iran's Sunni arch-rival, Saudi Arabia, mobilized a coalition of Arab militaries to defeat the group. The man behind Saudi Arabia's strategy, de facto ruler Mohammed bin Salman, known as MBS, who served as defense minister when the war broke out. But the U.S. last month also expressed optimism that the deal between Iran and Saudi Arabia could be positive.
We welcome any efforts to help end the war in Yemen and de-escalate tensions in the Middle East region.
That's totally the Wojak calm face over angry face. Of course, we welcome any efforts to end the war. They're like seething. They're seething over this.
Middle East region.
For decades, the U.S. and Saudi Arabia had close relations, but those deteriorated over the kingdom's human rights record.
Okay, how did they? What source for that claim? How did these close diplomatic relations deteriorate exactly? Did we have some stern finger wagging about this? Is that how in what meaningful way have our diplomatic relations deteriorated at all? We're still sending them the arms. We're still funding them. We still prop up the whole Saudi monarchy in the first place. We still are arming them while they engage in this conflict in Yemen. Whereas you can talk about this one journalist that they killed that was upsetting to us. We've been helping them prosecute this conflict for the last several years. Once again, the worst humanitarian disaster in the world. You know, in what meaningful way has our diplomatic relations deteriorated? Yeah, we're so concerned about their human rights record. That was the amazing thing about that whole, like, bin Salman, like, he was on this big, like, stage-managed, heavily curated Western propaganda blitz about how he's doing all these progressive reforms and stuff, and then he chops up an elite journalist, like, while that's going on. It's pretty brazen. Must admit. So they had to pretend to not like them as much. After that, they couldn't still engage in this whole thing of like, oh no, we're such close friends and they're progressing. Remember the ladies start your engines? Remember that with Hillary Clinton? They only deteriorated in the last year because Saudi wants to trade oil in RMB and is doing rapprochement with Iran. Yeah, exactly. And it's hilarious too, because even with all that endless diplomatic support, Biden's been like, please, can you pump more oil now? And they're just like, no, we don't think so. No. I do remember when they threatened to 9/11 the CN Tower. I do. Yes. I do remember that quite vividly. So, but that's an amazing, just evidence-free assertion as well. Our diplomatic relations have deteriorated because of their human rights record. So we're literally still selling them the weapons that they're engaging in this brutal campaign that's contributing to these human rights violations. So trying to separate the West from that is just factually not true. It's preposterous, actually.
Apologize to his family, sir.
And hit a new low in 2018 when journalist Jamal Khashoggi walked into the Saudi consulate in Istanbul, was murdered and dismembered. The U.S. intelligence community assessed the operation was approved by MBS himself. The following year, candidate Joe Biden promised punishment.
We were going to, in fact, make them pay the price and make them, in fact, the pariah that they are.
Meanwhile,
What did you do? What did you do, Joe? What did you do, Brandon? Yeah, the human rights record is de-dollarization. Well, you see, the more that they've kind of like leaned towards this de-dollarization process, that it's a directly proportionate to our concern for their human rights record. It's very concerning to us. And I don't mean to chuckle at the Khashoggi thing. He was this like elite journalist. I think it's a horrible way to go, to get chopped up in an embassy. It's a terrible and grotesque thing to do, indubitably. I think if you put the Khashoggi killing up next to the war in Yemen, which we've supported at every step of the way, one of those things is significantly worse and more barbaric than the other. But it's funny how the murder of this one journalist gets held up as their terrible human rights record, whereas the actual genocidal, horrific war that they're engaged in, we've been supporting every step of the way. But we're so concerned about their human rights record, though, you see. Like, that's just fucking... Come on. You know? Come on. It is a sham. Yeah. It's an absolute sham.
News of a rapprochement between Saudi Arabia and Iran has sent shockwaves through the region and dealt a blow to Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu.
So I missed the beginning of this. Have they mentioned China? Have they mentioned China's role in this yet? I missed that. They do seem to be going to great lengths to avoid discussing that. The fact that China was the one that's mediating this. I understand from some of the context in the chat that they maybe gave it a mention. They didn't? I thought maybe the stuff with the Biden's press secretary saying, we welcome all help in de-escalating whatever. I thought maybe that was a reason. Just a line of Beijing's growing influence. Okay. It's like we're supposed to see that as being this nefarious thing when their growing influence in this case constitutes the ending of this horrific human rights disaster. It has to me always seemed like a very Anglo thing, ignoring the suffering of millions and obsessively focusing on individual people and their destinies. So good point about the one journalist versus hundreds of thousands of Yemenites. Yeah, or Yemenis. Yeah, exactly. And it's like you see someone who when you run in elite circles, right? You have hundreds of thousands of Yemeni children being killed in this conflict or starving, starvation, or in contracting these like diseases like cholera, which have flourished in this crisis, versus one journalist who runs in these elite circles in the U.S. and which one gets treated as more of an important thing.
Who's made the threat posed by Iran a personal crusade and had hoped for a deal with the kingdom.
The ability to fashion normalization and a formal peace with Saudi Arabia will be a quantum leap, because I think it will change Israel's relationship with the rest of the Arab world.
Always funny to hear him talk and be like, hey, you grew up in Philadelphia. That's always funny. The whole thing about Israel in general, about how they're indigenous. That's the whole like decolonial kind of progressive language that gets used to justify the apartheid. Oh, they're indigenous from thousands of years ago, and it's just made up of all these fucking dumbass people from America and Canada. Like, you're not indigenous. You're indigenous to like fucking Brooklyn, not Israel. Yo, can you check on my Insta, please? That's going to be a no from me, dog. I'm sorry to say. I will not be checking out your Insta, but I wish you the best of luck in getting others to check out your Insta. No, I know Netanyahu is from Philly. That's what I mentioned earlier, but I'm just talking about like a lot of the people that, if you go to like Abby Martin's interviews with Israelis, like the people that she's talking to, the average kind of settlers that are there, They're not indigenous to the region, you know?
For more on this, we turn to Vali Nasser. He was an advisor at the State Department during the Obama administration and is now a professor at the Johns Hopkins University School of Advanced International Studies. Vali Nasser, welcome back to the NewsHour. Before we get into the details of this and the potential impact,
if you're born in Brooklyn, you totally have the right to a few acres in the West Bank. That's right.
That these two nations are working to normalize relations.
I think it's very important for the Middle East. The sour relations between the two was viewed as the most important cleavage in the region, and it also pushed the Arabs towards Israel in an alliance against Iran. So the fact that they decided to mend fences really reshapes the entire way in which the Middle East functions.
Let's talk about some of those impacts then. What does the rapprochement between Iran and Saudi Arabia in particular mean for some of those proxy conflicts that we mentioned in the report in Yemen and Lebanon and elsewhere?
Well, the very first place that it's going to have an impact is in Yemen, and today also there were rumors that the Houthis are going to extend their ceasefire until December 2023. Saudi Arabia has been engaged in talks with the Houthis. It wants Iran to stop supplying Houthis with weapons, put political pressure on the Houthis to agree to a political end to the war. And the thawing of the relations between them makes all of that much more possible. And then if there is success in Yemen, then we can think about Syria and Lebanon and Iraq as well.
What does this new establishment mean for American and Israeli efforts, in particular, to isolate
Still
Iran,
very little
sanctions on Iran?
Still no mention of China. Still no mention of China's central role in creating the situation. They're bending over backwards to not acknowledge the reality of what's going on here.
To contain Iran's nuclear program, what does that mean?
Well, for the United States, its policy has been somewhat schizophrenic. On the one hand, it wants de-escalation in the region. It doesn't want to go to war in the Middle East. It pursued a nuclear deal with Iran. It wants to focus on Ukraine. So to that extent, this is good for the United States. But on the other hand, President Biden has been on the record in Saudi Arabia saying that the most important way to think about the Middle East is a very close Arab-Israeli alliance against Iran. In other words, everybody together against Iran.
Yeah, we don't like this working this.
Also, the fact that it's moved so quickly,
working together
really puts
business.
in question, that strategy. So, and for the Israelis, it's definitely a net loss. Israel wanted the Middle East to focus on Iran and forget about the Palestinians. That's the way the Trump administration saw it. We're now seeing things reverse. In other words, the Arabs are not thinking about Iran, and the Palestinian issue is heating up. So, to that extent, basically, the way Israel and the United States approached Iran and the Middle East is no longer at play.
Vali, what about the fact that this meeting took place in Beijing and it was mediated by China? What does that say to you about China's influence in the region, in particular?
This should be interesting.
The US seems to be losing influence.
I think it says a lot. First of all, the Chinese do have a vested economic and strategic interest in both Iran and Saudi Arabia. So they approach the Middle East with a view that they don't want these two sides to fight. It benefits China if they make peace. It also shows that Saudi Arabia and Iran both
very devious the way that they're going about this.
President, and that he has been able to deliver, not only get an initial handshake.
It's basically Chinese colonialism getting them to work together like this.
But keep getting handshakes and keep the momentum going forward. It has broad implications for the United States because it largely says that America's closest allies in the Gulf, Saudi Arabia, and then potentially UAE, et cetera, are now moving much more into an orbit of non-alignment and closer proximity to China, which then will have implications for a variety of other issues that the United States has with those countries.
Vali, in the 30 seconds or so I have left, while I have you, because you know the region so well, I just want to...
So that's amazing. They have to mention it, right? They can't not mention that China played such a central role in it. But that was, I think, an interesting example of them kind of like, almost like judo-esque, deflecting that, saying like, well, China's just involved because they have these economic interests, and it's better they gain materially when these places aren't fighting, and suggesting that that's the only reason they have any interest in this, and just then moving back to how this affects the U.S. and how it affects Western hegemony.
want to get your assessment of what we're seeing in the way of the escalating tensions and conflict between Israeli forces and Palestinian militants. How do you see it?
I think it's very dangerous. We're seeing the Palestinian issue come back with a vengeance. As I said, President Trump assumed that the Palestinian issue was dead. The Israelis thought the Palestinian issue is dead. It's all going to be about Iran. And now all of a sudden, the Palestinian issue is making a big comeback. And that's going to have a big impact on the Arab street and on the mentality of Arab leaders. And it's almost like we're back to the future. We're back to the time when the Palestinian issue was very decisive in Middle East affairs.
That is Vali Nasser, formerly of the State Department, now at the Johns Hopkins University School of Advanced International Studies, joining us tonight. Vali, thank you. Always good to see you.
So let's look at, while we're talking about Israel, we're talking about the media, propaganda, let's take a look at what has been happening with Israel-Palestine. And I think this is like the way that the media works when it comes to Israel and the, Israeli violence, again, apartheid against Palestinians, is very interesting, right? Where you now, so this is the story. This is the story about Israel launching Gaza airstrikes and Lebanon after a rocket barrage, which is true. There was rockets that were fired into Israel from Lebanon, but you'll notice how the cause of the rockets and the incidents that lead up to this these kind of moments is ignored or obfuscated, right? And they frame the reaction, the reaction to colonialist and apartheid violence coming from Israel. They ignore that kind of context. They focus on the reaction to that, and then they talk about Israel's reaction to the reaction. So it creates this like perpetuating narrative that everything that they do is totally justified. Of course, they're bombing the West Bank, they're bombing Gaza, but why? Well, it's because these rocket attacks happen. So we're going to see how much they actually get into the context of these rocket attacks, which people like Norman Finkelstein have described as being glorified fireworks displays. Even though I think this latest barrage from Lebanon and these Hezbollah connected militia groups was perhaps a little bit more advanced than what they're used to seeing.
Carried out airstrikes on targets belonging to the Palestinian militant group Hamas across Lebanon and Gaza today. The strikes follow a barrage of 34 rockets fired from Lebanon into Israel yesterday in the biggest single attack since the 2006 Lebanon war.
So that's when the context starts.
To escalate in the region. 2 Israeli women were shot.
Right? Let's not talk about heavily armed and militarized IDF forces beating the shit out of people in Al-Aqsa Mosque on Ramadan, which they do annually now. Let's not talk about any of that context, any of what we've been seeing in Israel just over the last couple of days, this turn towards this openly genocidal rhetoric and fascist rhetoric in Israel, the relentless expansion of all these settlement projects, which are illegal under international law, which the United States admits are illegal. None of that context makes it into this story, right? It's a rocket attack and then Al-Aqsa. Okay, thank you, Johnny. All of that context is omitted, though, and we just talk about the reaction to these missile attacks.
And killed in the occupied West Bank earlier today. Israel's military said it's searching for whoever is responsible. CBS News foreign correspondent Ian Lee is following all of this.
Let's see how much of this context we get from this fellow.
From London. First off, Ian, what's the latest and what are both sides saying?
Good morning, Wendy. Yeah, this cycle of violence continued this morning. We saw another volley of rocket fire from Gaza, and many of those were intercepted by Israel's missile defense system. As you noted, this violence also spilled out into the West Bank. Just a couple hours ago, we saw that car being shot up. 2 Israeli women were killed. Another is fighting for her life. But Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu last night, he
the focus on Israeli civilians,
that he wants to see calm, but also said that Israel will strike its enemies and they will pay a price. Now, when it comes to the other side, Hamas condemned the attack in Lebanon, but this is a very tense situation right now. Both sides looking to come across as being strong.
Right, and the rockets fired from Lebanon. How much do you think that is escalating the situation?
This is a very rare and dangerous.
It's true how the bias, like when you are aware of this geopolitical situation, are aware of how Western media promotes these things. It's so blatant. It's just so blatant when you see it. Must be Israel's Marvel superhero Iron Dome. That's right. And good thing that our defined progressive Congress people in the United States government voted to fund that.
You're going to have good old Rob to
voted to
talk
fund
you through
that.
all this.
That's good. That's really good stuff. Thank you, Carrier Wave, for the gifted sub. I appreciate that, Carrier Wave. Thank you.
This was the largest barrage from Lebanon in 17 years. Back then, in the 2006 war, Israel was fighting Hezbollah militants, and there was a real dangerous situation up on Israel's northern border. And officials in both Israel and Lebanon, they don't want to see that escalate further. Now, these rockets are said to have been fired by Hamas militants. It should be noted that Hezbollah really rules the roost in southern Lebanon, and so we're waiting to see if they come out with any sort of response. So far, it's been quiet up there between Israel and Lebanon.
And Ian, what significance does the Al-Aqsa Mosque hold?
Well, it can be summed up, Wendy, with two words, terra sancta, which translates to Holy Land. It's the most contentious piece of real estate in a contentious region.
It's contentious.
Al-Aqsa Mosque is the third holiest site in Islam. It sits on what Muslims call...
Well, sorry, did you say Hamas's holiest site? Let's hear that one more time. Whose holy site was that? Oh, fuck off. Sorry that I tried to rewind for 7 seconds. It's just too much for YouTube to handle. It's too much for YouTube to handle. I want to rewind for 5 fucking seconds.
Is the third holiest site in Islam. It sits on what Muslims call Haram al-Sharif, which translates to the noble sanctuary, but it's the holiest site in Judaism. It's called the Temple Mount because two previous biblical temples stood.
And okay, so look at what we're looking at: heavily armed IDF soldiers coming in and storming this mosque and beating the shit out of the people who, again, the Palestinians don't have an army. There's no equivalent. It's not like there's the IDF and there's the Palestinian army that also have tanks and also have riot police and all this technology and weapons. This does not exist. So we're looking at clips of these heavily armed IDF guys going into the mosque and storming the mosque during Ramadan and beating the shit out of people. And this is how he talks about it. And this is at the headline says, Middle East fighting intensifies. Israel and Hamas exchange attacks during holy time for several religions. It's shameless. It is so shameless. Israel and Hamas exchanging attacks. That is not what has been happening.
There. Now, right now, the site is managed under what's called the status quo. Basically, Jordan operates the site while Israel provides security. It's been a very uneasy agreement, as we saw just over last week with Israeli police raiding Al-Aqsa mosques. They say they're going after rioters. Palestinians say they were just praying peacefully. But this has always been a flashpoint.
Rioters in the mosque during Ramadan.
Triggered over it, especially when Palestinians believe that Israel is trying to challenge that status quo.
Palestinians believe.
What efforts are being taken to de-escalate the situation?
You know, this is a dance that's
it's just a
flashpoint many times
yeah.
before. There are really two ways this current volatile situation could go. Think of it as kind of a game of chicken. Which side will blink first in this tit for tat? Will one side stop escalating, believing their point has come across? The second way for this to escalate is into a full-blown conflict. We've seen that happen before too. In the background right now, you can bet diplomats in the region and internationally are working both sides trying to calm everything down. But it's very important to note that, Israeli leadership, Palestinian leadership doesn't always have a say of what happens on the ground. A lot of the times it can be individual attacks or individual events or groups that trigger this greater escalation. So really, it is kind of
exchanging attacks with a rabid dog that keeps trying to bite your nuts off.
Attack in the West Bank, will we see a retaliation? And really, how will all of that play out, Wendy?
And here you have like Israel's diehard Western supporters. You see them trying to find the language to talk about how Israel's been engaging with this issue. This should be funny.
Because there wasn't a question on
it. Says Trudeau suggests Israel shift its approach after Al-Aqsa mosque raid. Yeah, I'm sure they're going to get right on that, Justin. I'm sure they're going to be writing on that, examining their approach on this. I'm absolutely sure.
I do want to take a moment to speak about the situation in Israel. It's the holy month of Ramadan. It's Passover right now. And families, Israeli and Palestinian, deserve to be able to celebrate and reflect in peace and in security.
And both sides need to tone it down
right now in Israel. We're extremely concerned.
We're concerned.
With the inflamed rhetoric coming out of the Israeli government. We're concerned about the judicial reforms that have an awful lot of Israelis concerned as well.
We're very concerned.
We're concerned by the violence.
We're so
around
concerned.
Al-Aqsa Mosque during this holy month. We need to see Israel, the Israeli government, shifting in its approach. And Canada is saying that as a dear and close and steadfast friend to Israel.
This is really devastating critique. This is really, I'm sure they're going to really change their stance on this any moment from this brutal lecture they're getting right now. Withering, exactly. Just devastating. We love them. We will love them no matter what. We just hope that maybe they'll think about possibly toning it down ever so slightly so we can continue to have this progressive view stance while simultaneously arming and funding them and encouraging them while they do this. He's not even deeply concerned. That's right. Yeah, that's right. All you Palestinians out there who are suffering from intergenerational trauma and occupation, Canada is very concerned. The United States as well. Very concerned about some of this stuff. In its approach is doing a lot of heavy lifting as well because it doesn't interrogate the idea of what is the goal here. Exactly, the approach to the end goal that we obviously agree with wholeheartedly. It's just a gosh darn shame, isn't it?
We are deeply concerned around the direction.
There we go. There we go, Diego. Hey, look, this boy is their egg on our face. He really escalated to the next level there. We're very concerned, even though we're dear friends and allies. Even though we're deep friends and allies, and we love them so much, we're deeply concerned about this. It's the Canadian rhetorical equivalent of thoughts and prayers. And our concern, our deep concern, won't in any way materially impact our support of the Israeli government or our diplomatic support either. But our concern is increasing. Our brows are becoming increasingly furrowed over this.
That the Israeli government has been taking. At the same time, we absolutely and unequivocally condemn the rocket attacks from militants in Gaza.
And here's the question as well. Justin Trudeau and Chrystia Freeland have spent the last year telling us how if you're the victim of an military occupation, you have the right and the duty to engage in armed struggle against that invasion and against that occupation. They've said that time and time and time again, over and over and over and over again for the last year. And now they're admitting that Israel is engaging in this kind of behavior, even though they're concerned about it. But why is it? Why is it that the Palestinians don't have this right that the Ukrainians do to engage in armed struggle, to defend themselves? Well, I hate the comparison as well, Cinnamon Challenge, because the same people that are arming and funding Israel are the same people that are arming and funding Ukraine. But I use this point to just point out the hypocrisy in this position, where it's like we condemn these rocket attacks, we condemn the violence. While at the same time you've been supporting and promoting endlessly over the last year the fundamental right that people have to engage in armed struggle when you're a victim of this kind of like colonization or occupation. So what's the difference? Like I would actually like for someone to ask him that question. How can you condemn when you're talking about what Israel is doing and you're talking about how you're concerned about it? How can you then condemn these rocket attacks, which, as he's articulating in not so many words, are happening in self-defense?
We need to see a de-escalation of violence. We need to see people
Why not in Ukraine?
living in peace and prosperity side by side. We need a return to opportunity and hope around stability in the Middle East for all who live there. And Canada will continue to be a voice for peace, for stability, for prosperity, for everyone in the region.
Why, when you talk about Ukraine and Russia and you say we should be promoting peace and security and stability and diplomacy, you get called a Putin propagandist? They're just not following the correct procedure as defined by the West. Well, that's the thing. They've become so openly fascist and so openly apartheid that they're limiting the ability of places like Canada to couch their support of Israel in this like progressive language. No, it's even less believable than it was before. And that's why they're concerned, because it's making them correctly look like fucking assholes and hypocrites. Is there like an Al Jazeera story about this? Maybe. And these are the clashes. These are like the both sides need to tone down the violence. A lot of these progressives aren't going to have a problem going in a far right turn, like Dylan Burns. Well, these people are going to be dutifully supporting the coming World War III, which is going to be a fucking miracle if we can avoid it. All these people are going to support it, though. And they're going to pretend that we're going to be on the right side of that. These are the attacks that are being exchanged from the different sides during this holy period for a number of different religions.
Arrived at the gates, they didn't let us in. They said only people 40 years and older can enter. They began to throw stun grenades while we were standing, not doing anything. We came only to pray in Al-Aqsa Mosque. We are coming from far away. It's a shame. This is our Al-Aqsa. We need to pray in it. They are forbidding us from entering. What do we do?
think what we see today is a very serious provocation, and it will definitely lead to an escalation. And maybe this is exactly what this Israeli government wants. They want to distract attention from their internal division, from the demonstrations that are taking place inside Israel against.
Yeah, Gianovis, I liked that interview, but I agreed with that. I cringed at that moment as well. You know, if you're going to go on my podcast and talk about, like, use tankies as a slur, you should probably be aware that you're talking to one of the most prominent tankies on this whole platform, frankly. But I enjoyed that interview, but I cringed at that point as well.
This government, and they want to drag the whole region into a total explosion.
I'm, of course, the tanky that wants to have less tanks in Ukraine and less tanks in Syria and less tanks in Yemen, versus the peace-loving liberals that, of course, support, increasing more violence to all these regions.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Diego, for the gifted sub. It was the one with Alex Perlman, who's big on TikTok, and I enjoyed the conversation. I think he's a great guy, but I'm not sure. I think maybe I need to have a discussion about his foreign policy views.
The Israeli police is partially blaming, quote, increasing incitement on social media networks by terrorist organizations. But we have to remember that the Palestinians, their lives continue to deteriorate under the more than 50-year Israeli occupation. This year is on track to be another violent one in the occupied West Bank. 93 people have been killed so far this year, and there is a government in power now. It's the most far-right government in place, and human rights groups are saying that this is a government that is pursuing policies targeting Palestinians, restricting their rights.
The Israeli settlers in Jerusalem and Israelis carrying guns. I wanted to ask you about Itamar Ben-Gvir, Israel's new Minister of National Security,
Like, again, it's not just Al-Aqsa Mosque and all these, and the way that the government rhetoric increasing. Like, there's these actual pogroms that are going on right now in Israel. These like gun wielding settlers like parading around and assaulting and intimidating people. Like, this is like, that's not new, but it's escalating. It is increasingly escalating. And that's the thing. And then anytime there's a retaliation whatsoever, whether it's the form of these rocket attacks or whatever, that's when we get at both sides need to tone it down. We ignore all that context, or we suggest that these are part of clashes or these back and forths or these kinds of things.
nationalists convicted of racist incitement against Palestinians and supporting a terrorist group.
And say what you want about Democracy Now! Though, up the Reds. Like, I think Amy Goodman has been, in terms of like a Western journalist, has been pretty good on this issue. Like, one of the better Western journalists that there is. Even though I think has failed on a number of other levels when it comes to these kind of foreign policy or issues or discussions.
October, he waved a gun and shouted. This was during a confrontation in your neighborhood, Mohammed, in Sheikh Jarrah in Jerusalem, where settlers attempted to violently evict your family and others from their homes. Just going to play a brief clip.
Her international coverage is better than most American outlets. It's a very low bar, but yeah, it is.
Stones, shoot them.
Explain what he was saying and what he did.
Absolutely. I've had a few interactions with Ben-Gvir and also Smotrich, and while adjectives like far right and ultra nationalists certainly do describe him, these adjectives make him sound as though he is fringe, as though he is marginal, when in fact he represents.
Yeah, for sure. Up there, it's like you're absolutely right.
You must understand that these politicians use our neighborhoods, use our front yards as avenues for political campaigning. These displays of racism, these displays of brutality, these threats, all of them serve to embolden and bolster his election campaign, which was insanely successful. He is now Minister of National Security. This has been a pattern with Itamar Ben-Gvir, but he is just a man saying the quiet part out loud. Truly, the differences between him and the liberal Zionist parties are purely cosmetic. He is willing to say in public what they say behind closed doors, and what their policies and what the laws that they have put forth have done for the Palestinians for the past 7 decades. They've all been policies and laws and actions of racism, ones that promote ethnic cleansing, ones that reek of racism.
Let me ask you, Mohammed El-Kurd, about the massive Israeli protests, not about treatment of Palestinians, but about what Netanyahu wants to do to the
important
Supreme
distinction.
Court, severely curtail the powers of the judiciary. Can you talk about whether you think they will transform into supporting Palestinians, and also the mainstream media's coverage of what's happening right now with the escalating violence?
I mean, I want to, watching the protests, I want to tell the Israeli public that they have a lot more in common than they realize, because the body that they are protesting to defend, the body that they are trying desperately to save, the Supreme Court,
You see the pink washing of apartheid here
has its
in this
fingerprints
B-roll.
all over the Israeli government's settler colonial enterprise and apartheid regime. I mean, this is the same Supreme Court that in 2018, when the Israeli occupation forces created a generation of martyrs and amputees in the Gaza Strip following the Great March of Return, ruled that they were doing so.
The Great March of Return as well, which AOC, I remember in her campaign, identified as a massacre. And then as soon as she was elected, when they asked her about that, she said, which was, I think, a bad sign, I think, in the early days of her appearance on the scene.
In self-defense, this is the same Supreme Court that upheld the legality of the family reunification law, which prevents tens of thousands of Palestinian couples and families of living together and uniting together. This is the same Supreme Court that in January ruled in complete violation of international law to forcibly expel over 1,300 Palestinians from Asafar Yatta. And one of the Supreme Court judges, which made this ruling possible, by the way, is himself a settler in the West Bank. So this is the body that these people are trying to defend. So I absolutely do not think they can transform into talking about or protecting the rights or defending the lives or being advocates of the Palestinian liberation movement, because they are defending a body that is settler-made and that serves settlers and that was built on top of the rubble of Palestinian lands and that was made to ethnically cleanse Palestinians and to legalize that kind of ethnic cleansing.
Do you think that there is growing resentment about what the government is doing to Palestinians when it comes to these massive protests?
I wonder. I mean,
It'd be interesting if there was.
They have been able to show us that they can mobilize in the hundreds of thousands, and they can speak up, and they can do all of this civil disobedience. They can engage in the boycott, divestment, and sanctions.
Cartoonishly evil B-roll, seriously.
They have been showing us this, and we're just told that they're just not choosing to do it in favor of the Palestinians, which makes sense. I mean, defending the lives of Palestinians or protesting against the apartheid regime or the settler colonial regime would mean that they have to undermine their own privileges and the own luxuries they enjoy as settlers in historic Palestine.
Yeah. Oh my God, this is the most cursed YouTube thumbnail I think I've ever seen before in my life. The thing from Trudeau is pretty incredible. We're so concerned. Have they said anything about this? This seems to be the most recent thing I can find. Biden Netanyahu trade words amid Israel judicial reform protests.
Well, Natasha Ganaim joins us.
First, we should probably take a look at this, though, to know who we're talking about here.
We're also going to discuss the ironclad commitment, and this is, I'll say this.
It's about time we stop, those of us who support, as most of us do, Israel in this body, for apologizing for our support for Israel. There's no apology to be made. None. It is the best $3 billion investment we make. Were there not an Israel, the United States of America would have to invent an Israel.
This is some guy, Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
Joe really spelling it out from the past there. Thank you, Jeff, for the raid. I appreciate that, Jeff Waldorf. Thank you. Welcome in, Raiders. How was the stream today, Jeff? How did that go? Thanks for joining us. I do appreciate this old clip of Biden, completely spelling it out, just in case we weren't clear about this.
We stop, those of us who support, as most of us do, Israel in this body, for apologizing for our support for Israel. There's no apology to be made. None. It is the best $3 billion investment we make. Were there not an Israel, the United States of America would have to invent an Israel to protect her interest in the region. The United States would have to go out and invent an Israel. Second.
Yes, they would. Yes, they would have to go out and invent one. That's absolutely right, Joe.
From West Jerusalem with more on the crisis in Israel. Now, the two leaders, Netanyahu and Biden, are clearly at odds over this. What sort of pressure does that actually put on Netanyahu now?
Bear in mind, this is a long-standing relationship between American President Joe Biden and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. They've known each other for 40 years. By Netanyahu's recollection, the two have not met since Netanyahu has taken office in December, and President Biden, up until Tuesday evening, had never been so clear publicly about his opposition to the judicial overhaul, though we know from the American media that the Biden administration had been pressuring Benjamin Netanyahu and his administration to calm the streets, to come to some sort of compromise. Netanyahu is saying that he appreciates the long-standing alliance between the two countries. He says it's unbreakable and that they've always been able to overcome the rare occasions in the past. But he is saying Israel is a sovereign country. It makes its decision by the will of the people and not from pressure from abroad. Netanyahu is sticking to his belief that there is a need for judicial overhaul. He's saying that this administration is committed to strengthening democracy by restoring the proper balance between the three branches of government, and we're striving to achieve that via consensus. Now, if you speak to the opposition, they do not believe, even to this moment, that the governing coalition is sincere about compromise. We only got to this point on Sunday evening when Netanyahu fired his defense minister, Yoav Gallant, and that escalated the situation considerably.
Just on that.
My boss asked me, so what's going on in Israel right now? And was stuck in the office for an hour. And by the end, we were talking about the 1099 crusade. So that's going well. That's going well. You're going to get to the bottom of this any day now.
Point. Is there an update on negotiations with the opposition to resolve this crisis? I mean, how are they going?
Well, right now at the Israeli president's home here in Jerusalem, he is meeting with members of the opposition party, specifically members representing Arab political parties. On Tuesday evening, for the first time since this political crisis began about 3 months ago, negotiating teams did meet. They met for about an hour. There were members of the governing coalition and members of the opposition. Israeli reports say that there was not much progress, that it was more a setting beginning of the stage of future negotiations, and there are negotiations planned today as well. But President Herzog said that he hopes that the negotiations will, quote, calm the spirits, lower the flames, and lead to positive results with a broad agreement. There is still a lot of anger and suspicion, and there will be more protests, not only among the opposition, but supporters are also expressing their intent to go to the streets. Both sides very entrenched in their desire to push their side. I will say that we still don't know what's going on with the defense minister post. Now, the Sunday evening, Netanyahu did fire Yoav Gallant, the defense minister, but he never received a formal dismissal letter. And yesterday, Gallant attended a routine security meeting, and Netanyahu has not said a word about the defense minister since then. There is a lot of speculation that perhaps for the time being, to calm the situation, that the status quo will remain in terms of the defense minister posting.
Yeah,
And
Ben just needs to do the court overhaul like we do in the U.S. Wine and dine the justices on a billionaire's yacht. Exactly. Which, of course, isn't corruption. It's just guys being dudes. When conservative judges hang out with conservative billionaires, just like giving them all kinds of gifts and presents and stuff. Well, you're not allowed to do that? What is this, an authoritarian country? Unbelievable.
Will remain at his post.
Okay, thank you so much. That is Natasha Ghanay for us in West Jerusalem.
What is this from? This is from... Okay, so this just came out. This just came out today, this longer Al Jazeera piece. And like we can question Al Jazeera's journalistic integrity when they're funded by the Qatar, and they're kind of like, ultimately they're coming from a perspective of these like Gulf state monarchies, but also do better reporting on Palestine as a result than you see anywhere really in Western media. So this is probably pretty interesting. I am staying around a little bit later today. I wasn't around yesterday, so I'm going to stick around for another little bit today. A little bit of a longer stream. Hopefully, since it's a longer stream, maybe I can even get closer to the sub goal. So I'll just briefly remind people that if you want to support the content and the community, and you want to support the work that I do here on Twitch, please subscribe to the show. I'm sticking around a little bit later today, a little bit of a longer stream. So if you appreciate the content, if you like getting this perspective that is not really available in our Western media, please support the content by subscribing or by gifting subs or subscribing with Prime, which is totally free of charge. Every little bit helps. It helps keep the show on the air, and I appreciate it a whole lot.
You're going to have good old Rob to
Oh
talk
my
you through
goodness.
all this.
Oh my goodness. A
You can count on me. You're gonna
Christ-like
have good
anonymous
old Rob
gifter.
to talk you through all this. You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through
Which
all
doesn't
this.
even trigger the 10 gift sub alert. I feel like I should trigger it somehow.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old
I'm going to let it
Rob
all play
to
out.
talk you through all this.
I'm going to let every single alert play. Fuck it. Anonymous
You can count on
gifter.
me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Anonymous gifter. The most Christ-like of all sub gifters. Thank you.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old
He
Rob
is risen.
to talk you through all this.
Thank you very much, Anonymous gifter, for the incredibly generous 10 gifted
You can count on
subs.
me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Surely it must be almost over.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to
Still a
talk
couple
you through
more.
all this.
Still got a couple more to go.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this. You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Now I think we got Fart Party
You can count
69.
on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Fart Party 69. Thank you for the 2 gifted subs as well. So glad that we can count on Rob to talk us through all of this. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Always. Okay? I will always be here for you. That's what I'm about. Thank you so much to the anonymous gifter, very generous and anonymous gifter, and thank you to Fart Party 69 as well. The Emperor's New Clothes, who did dodge a gift, somehow dodged one of those gift subs. Can I even... I don't even remember how to fucking... Oh, no, I don't want cross clip. I'm wondering if I could just play the alert. I don't even remember how to do it. Does it stream elements? Oh God. Okay, I'm not going to bother. I'm not going to bother. I know there's a way to do it, but I already forgot how to do it. Thank you again, folks. What even is the 10 gifted sub? Yeah, it's wow. Okay, Rob. That's right. That's exactly what it is. And it's also, you see me wearing sunglasses as well. I really want to remember how to do it now. Fuck. Okay.
Israel strikes Gaza and Lebanon after it raided the Al-Aqsa Mosque. There are fears the unrest will spread across the region. So what will it take to de-escalate tensions? This is Inside Story. Hello and welcome to Inside Story. I'm Nick Clark. From Lebanon to Gaza and the occupied West Bank, there's been a sharp increase in violence between Palestinians and Israelis. It's raised fears of a wider confrontation and questions around what this means for the already tense situation. In Gaza, the Israeli military says it carried out airstrikes on Hamas positions after intercepting rockets fired from the region. There are no reports of casualties. Israel has also carried out airstrikes on parts of southern Lebanon. The military says it's in response to rockets fired into Israel on Thursday. Witnesses say the missiles fell into an open area near a Palestinian refugee camp, damaging homes and farmland. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu promised a strong response.
I've made it very clear that our enemy shouldn't test us. The internal struggle in Israel won't stop us from responding wherever and whenever necessary. We're calling for calm, and we will act against the extremists who resort to violence. As for the aggression against us on other fronts, we will strike our enemies and they will pay a price for any act of aggression. Our enemy will discover once again that in moments of truth, the citizens of Israel stand united and unified and support the actions of the army and the security forces to defend our country and our citizens.
In the occupied West Bank, 2 Israeli women have been killed and another seriously injured in a shooting. Israeli authorities say the attackers...
Always the focus, even if when it's coming from Al Jazeera, always the focus on Israeli civilians.
2 daughters. Hamas says the attack is a natural response to the raids on Al-Aqsa this week. Wissam Zomlot, Palestine's ambassador to the UK, had this to say.
This is the Israeli playbook for 75 years, that is since its establishment. A playbook that goes like this. They provoke the Palestinian people into provoking them so they retaliate. Israel has been provoking and provoking over the months, the weeks, the days in Jenin, in Nablus, in Hebron, in Gaza. They blockaded Gaza. And then, of course, the peak of that provocation, as Israel knows very well, is Al-Aqsa al-Sharif, Al-Haram al-Sharif, as happened the last few nights during the holy month of Ramadan. And this playbook goes like this because Israel lives on violence. It lives on the oppression and subjugation of an entire nation.
All right, let's bring in our panelists. In Ramallah, we're joined by Noor Day, who's a political analyst and former spokeswoman for the Palestinian National Authority. In Tel Aviv, in Israel, is Uri Dromi, who's the founder and president of the Jerusalem Press Club and a former Israeli government spokesman. And in Tunis, Francesca Albanese, the United Nations Special Rapporteur on the occupied Palestinian territories.
Welcome to all of you. Nora, I'd like to start with you first of all. There is a tragic familiarity to all of this, isn't there? Worshippers at a deeply sacred site beaten, rocket attacks, reprisals, deaths. It is just a relentless cycle, and here we go again.
Well, yeah, it's relentless and it's never ending because none of the factors change. And the one factor that has remained quite constant is the fact that Israel can get away with all of it. It can get away with remaining in occupying power. It can get away with entering and raiding and storming Al-Aqsa Mosque and undermining the historic and legal status quo in Jerusalem and Al-Aqsa specifically.
Okay, sorry, one sec. Okay, the anonymous gifter, this is for you.
Wow. Okay, Rob. Seriously, wow.
This is a test.
Sorry, that took me so long. Sorry. That was for you, anonymous gifter. Okay? And the whole thing, Rob Russo gifted 10 subs to viewers. Can you imagine? I'm already gifting you my presence and all this content. Imagine if I, on top of that, was gifting subs. Incredible. But thank you again to the anonymous gifter.
Without any consequence. And so it doesn't feel any incentive to change course, to let go of the Palestinian people, to let go of that occupation. And it has set the stage really for a very violent month. I remember from as far as the beginning of the year, Israel was warning about Ramadan as if Ramadan was somehow a month where all Palestinians turn into werewolves, when the fact is that all these Israeli deliberate provocations and restrictions produce a very tense situation that can, and as we've seen, has spiraled into further violence and further brutality, unfortunately.
Nora, is that your sense of where
Our professional streamer learned how to play his own alerts. Not to get too inside baseball or whatever, it's just because in the actual Streamlabs app, it's, for whatever reason, it's extremely difficult to test those like multiple gift sub alerts, and I had to go on the online and onto the. It's not important. It's not important. It just took me a moment to remember how to do it.
Well, look, I have to remind the viewers that reality under occupation is violent every day. So when we talk about an escalation, we're talking about
a perspective that's not really on offer in most Western media coverage of this.
I don't think that we are headed into an all-out confrontation, but I do think that the situation remains very, very precarious. And the more Israel pushes Palestinians in Jerusalem and across the occupied West Bank, and the more heat Palestinians in Gaza feel, the more likely, unfortunately, is that things might deteriorate even further.
Uri Dromi in Tel Aviv, given the tensions, why would Israeli forces go in such a heavy-handed way into the place of worship that is the Al-Aqsa Mosque?
Frankly, I have some bit of criticism of the way our police handled it, but
this was posted in the Discord by Dakadoon. Sorry, what? Shit.
Has kept the freedom of religion.
So I'm playing in another window there.
At Al-Aqsa Mosque. And with all the problems and the wars and the violence, this principle was kept really rigorously by all Israeli government. The problem is that there are forces, and mainly Hamas at the time, which try to use this sacred place, sacred to both Jews and Muslims, to spark another wave of violence in the region. And the violence you saw 2 days ago at Al-Aqsa Mosque really resulted from the fact that some 300 people went into the mosque armed with clubs and stones and what have you. And I don't think most people go that way to a synagogue or to a mosque or to a church. So
yeah, seriously.
To react, and as I said at the beginning, it reacted a bit harshly than necessary. But
that's the very point, isn't it? They went in more harshly than is necessary, and now we're in the situation that we're in, which is escalation.
Look, if we're starting again the blame game, who started what? Fine. All I'm saying is look at the broad
masked agitators had fireworks, sticks, and stones.
Tens of thousands, if not more, Muslim worshippers go to Temple Mount and pray.
And you know, yeah, the one side, yeah, they have the sticks and stones and fireworks, and the other side has a fucking army. They have an army with, you know, soldiers, body armor, tanks, lethal and non-lethal weaponry versus the sticks and the stones and the fireworks, which we really need to crack down on. I think I will play the blame game. Yeah, absolutely. I'm totally comfortable playing the blame game. I mean, fuck. Al Jazeera, even despite the fact that Al Jazeera does better coverage on this than a lot of Western outlets, I think this is still incredibly bending over backwards to present this both sides narrative. Maybe you're presenting the Palestinian narrative a little bit more strongly in the coverage, but overall they're still doing this kind of both sides stance, which shows how far you have to go to like get actual coverage of this that speaks to the truth of the situation.
Go back. We had a problem there. As I said, it resulted from a group of people who came there to start a trouble, not to pray. And we had to handle it. We handled it.
Okay, Nora, jump in there.
I don't want to get into a tit for tat about what happened, but really, I think sticking to facts is extremely important. The Israeli police has no business and no right being inside Al-Aqsa. It has no business restricting Palestinians and deciding who can enter the Al-Aqsa Mosque and for how long. And the fact is, there is a tradition, a religious tradition, to stay at Al-Aqsa, to stay overnight at Al-Aqsa, praying and introspection. And Israel wanted to restrict that, wanted to stop that, ban that. So
during Ramadan,
some Palestinians may have been, apprehensive about a possible clash with the Israeli security forces, with the Israeli occupation forces. Is not because they were looking for trouble, is because they knew it was going to happen, because Israel had been raiding Al-Aqsa for days. This was no surprise. This is the modus operandi of the occupation. And to say that Israel has respected religious freedom is really, and I want to stay respectful here, and I don't want to gear off point, but that's just factually incorrect, and all international reports refute that. When you restrict, when you say that Palestinians under 30 or 45 cannot go to Jerusalem, you are restricting the right to freedom of religion. When you decide who can enter and who cannot, when you ban people from Al-Aqsa and from the Old City, then you're not respecting the right to freedom of religion. You're not respecting their human rights.
I want to move on. We haven't yet heard from Francesca Albanese, who's the United Nations Special Rapporteur on the occupied Palestinian territories. Francesca, what's your sense of where we're at now, the overall situation?
I worry that all these Arab-Israeli rapprochements will lead to a more focused and heavy-handed Palestinian genocide. Well, and I think what we're seeing as well in our coverage of this and in the response from like people like Trudeau or the Biden administration as well, Matt, is that if that did happen, if there was a more focused and heavy-handed Palestinian genocide, all that our governments and all that our media establishments would offer would be a concern. We'd express our deep concern with it while not lifting a finger to stop it. And in fact, continuing to arm and fund Israel while they engage in it. I think that's, as we see from the way that the rhetoric coming from the Western governments and media has shifted on this to a maybe slightly more critical stance. Materially, nothing has changed, and I don't think anything would change, even if they did concentrate even more into a more heavy-handed sort of genocidal policy. That's all we would have to offer in exchange of that would be concern, a furrowed brow and concern.
How serious is it?
I think it's very serious, but let me add on what the other speakers were saying. I think that Israel's recent attacks on Al-Aqsa
For sure, Brandon and Trudeau would gaslight us on this.
The basic human rights of the Palestinians, including the rights to worship and causing damage to the Al-Aqsa Mosque. They violates the status quo agreement, which Israel is under obligation to respect. And in this sense, yes, there is no reason for the police to go in. And so these attacks are neither unprecedented nor isolated. I agree with Israeli speakers that the context matters. And the context is that of an abusive occupation which operates outside what is permitted by international law.
So concerned about the actions of the Israelis that they unequivocally support. Exactly.
This year, or even in 2022 or in 2021, it's a reality where the Palestinians endure confinement, land confiscations, home demolitions, discriminatory law enforcement, mass incarceration, and other countless abuses and indignities and humiliation. So the violence is only doomed to continue unless this irredeemable illegality is fixed.
No, I just want to unpick it a bit because we have this thing. Just very quickly, come back to that very quickly. Yeah.
Very quickly, if Francesca agrees with me about the context, let's broaden it a bit further and say that we came up with the Oslo initiative, which might have finish the occupation, and the Palestinians said no. So,
well, fuck off, dude.
They are victimizing themselves forever. So
Victimizing themselves. Fuck off.
Okay, I just wanted to get it back to what's happened in the last few days. I want to unpick that.
Yeah, but just one point. Because
Francesca,
the
one
right
second.
of
I'm going to come back to you.
cannot be infringed. Yeah.
I'm going to come back to you in a second. You'll have plenty of opportunity to talk. But no, so Thursday we have the Israeli military once again attacking worshippers in Al-Aqsa. And then we have dozens of rockets being fired in from Lebanon into Israeli territory, biggest escalation since 2006. For our audience, tell us about who fired those rockets and why from Lebanon.
So you were specifically told not to play the blame game.
There have been no claims of responsibility as far as
They victimized themselves. Yeah, that's the colonizer language.
Hamas, even though Hamas is not based
The indigenous people in Canada and the United States, they just couldn't leave it well enough alone. They victimized themselves.
The Strip, which it's still considered an occupying power of. It is a land.
Resisting my violence is violence, actually. That's right.
And it also bombarded southern Lebanon. The idea that an escalation, that these scenes of brutality can happen in Jerusalem while Palestinians look on, while people see that there is this entrenched culture of impunity.
Why am I on so late? Well, because it was I didn't stream yesterday. I wanted to do a little bit of a longer one. It's a day off here in Montreal because of Easter, so didn't have to go pick anyone up from school. So I had a little bit more time. Wanted to make sure we finished off the week strong. Go a little bit longer.
Of no consequence is absurd. Israel continues to insist that it can do whatever it wants in Jerusalem, and it expects Palestinians everywhere else to be quiet and mute. And that has proven folly. And as Francesca said, while this brutality continues, it is unrealistic.
What a good Friday. That's right. It is good.
So we saw.
I don't want to guarantee this, but I may be back later for some more Cyber Rob as well. I don't want to guarantee anything. I may try and come back tonight for some more Cyber Rob action as well.
That escalation in southern Lebanon, I don't think there is any verifiable way to know who fired the rockets. And I don't
Gamer
think it really
Rob,
matters,
that's right, Lana.
Because it is obvious from the way Israel reacted that there is nobody seeking an all-out confrontation. The easiest
human person.
For Israel,
I am enjoying it.
is
Yeah,
the
I am.
Palestinians. It can target them and brutalize them without any consequence, without getting any regional actors involved. And so it has done that, and it will continue to do that as long as it can get away with it. That's just the brutal reality of it. The easy fix
for those who may
is
not know
ending
about
that occupation, Oslo or not.
All right. Francesca, for those who don't know the history, how does Hezbollah fit into the picture? And they may not have been responsible for these rocket attacks, but they would have known about it, right?
Yeah, just one point to answer briefly the question before.
Sure.
Whatever the agreements cannot infringe the right of self-determination of any people, including the Palestinians. And now, let's say previous violence unleashed against the Palestinians at Al-Aqsa in 2021, 2022 have caused tensions with military groups in Gaza. Now the situation is worse because there have been indiscriminate attacks launched by southern Lebanon as well, the largest attack from Lebanon since 2006. I cannot say who was behind it, but I condemned all attacks on civilians. Civilians must be protected, and there are principles of proportionality and distinctions that are cardinal and intransgressible in international law. But again, the context is that of an escalation that was predictable, and Israel had the means not to trigger it. And this is a question that we should all reflect upon. The asymmetry of power between Israel and Palestinian groups should also be considered.
Yes, it should be. The fact that, again, one side has an army and the other side doesn't. I think that's pretty important.
The occupation is the trigger to this violence.
The UN is so useless. I mean, the UN is always going to be useless as long as the US has full ability to get the UN to do whatever it wants, or to veto whatever minor ability that it might have to encourage diplomacy or whatever. As long as it's kind of a tool of US imperialism, it's going to be useless. The Security Council is definitely useless. I think sometimes the General Assembly can be valuable when you actually have all the different countries coming together on a level playing field to make these resolutions, even though they can't really meaningfully enact them. But yeah, as long as the UN remains like a arm of US imperialism, then it's not going to be able to contribute anything.
violence, and it's not an occupation maintained for security reasons. I'm sorry. Otherwise, why would have it translated into the creation of over 270 colonies in the occupied land and the transfer or over 720,000 Israeli civilians? This is what we should be talking about, because
Yes,
this
it
is the
is.
trigger of the violence with the Palestinians.
Uri, do you want to come back to that? This is the trigger that inevitably the resistance is going to come if the Palestinians are treated in this way.
Well, the difference between the way Israel defends itself and the way the Palestinians feel they are defending their cause is that Israel goes out of its way not to hit civilians. And I can tell you, as a former Air Force colonel, that many times when the pilots or people who operate unmanned vehicles, they stop, they don't launch the missile or something because some uninvolved people are around. On the contrary, what we saw today in the West Bank is some Palestinians killing brutally and intentionally two sisters and critically wounding their mother. And I didn't hear anything from the other two speakers.
We don't hit civilians. We don't hit civilians. We had hospitals, schools, apartment buildings, news outlets, not civilians. But when we do, that's because the Palestinians are using them as human shields, right? They're using those dastardly Palestinians are using them as human shields. And again, you want to put a ledger up of Israeli civilians and Palestinian civilians, including kids, that are killed on a daily basis. It's going to be fucking no comparison whatsoever. But you see, in terms of media coverage, the way that gets presented. Like, what do you do when a permanent Security Council member is a sprawling hegemonic empire with 1 billion nukes that can just decide not to recognize international law? It a little bit neuters these institutions, doesn't it? Just a little tiny bit. They have an entire prison filled with children who threw rocks at their tanks. Yeah. It's fucking absurd the way these kind of comparisons get made.
Difference. I mean, we try.
My question to you, Uri, was more about the trigger for all this violence, one way or the other. It comes down to the root cause, which is the occupation.
The continuation of the occupation.
93 Palestinians so far this year. Do we want to talk about them, sir?
Continuous rejectionism of Palestinians to any peace settlement, and we came up with the Oslo Accord and with.
I don't know who that was, but that's great. The rejection of the Palestinians for any settlement. Yeah, it's fucking great. When they've got these illegal, talk about settlements, a peace settlement, they've got these illegal settlements all over Palestinian territory, what's supposed to be their territory, which they have zero intention of withdrawing, zero intention whatsoever of pulling back from. And we're still concerned about the Palestinians, their refusal to negotiate these good faith peace deals. Like, just fucking nonsense. Yeah, I'm pretty sure as well. That was great. She can't even believe this shit.
With Camp David in 2000, and still they keep saying no and no. And this is what happens. I'm frankly, personally, I'm not for settling the West Bank with Jews. I would rather stay in Israel proper. But when you have on the other side,
that's a big but, sir.
Which even doesn't take yes for an answer. It's a problem.
I think you do support it.
Respond to that if you will.
I don't support it, but I do when they deserve it. So
let me just remind the viewers, because there's been so much hasbara in the past few minutes, that Israel has killed thousands of Palestinian civilians. It has destroyed entire residential buildings. It has targeted the press. It has downed an entire building housing Al Jazeera and AP in Gaza. It killed our colleague and friend Shireen Abu Akleh in Jenin. So when we're talking about the Israeli army, let's keep that in perspective. The plethora of evidence about targeting civilians, about wiping entire families off the population registry are abundant, and they can be found very easily. They're readily available. To say that Palestinians reject freedom and self-determination, and that's why Israel must occupy them, is an old line. It seems that some think that it doesn't get old.
Then that's so common to every settler colony, every time, right? They reject our good faith efforts at peace. They reject our efforts to try and civilize them. You know, it's been going on for centuries, this exact same thing.
Really is old and used, and it's also nonsensical. The Palestinian right to be free of Israeli domination, of Israeli brutalization, is absolute. and to excuse the commission of war crimes, which is what building settlements and transferring the occupiers' population is, it is simply laughable. Israel could end its occupation if it were interested, but you have a government now that is
Israel proper is built on the bulldozed homes and olive groves of Palestinians.
But to treating the entirety of historic Palestine as the land of Israel, to denying the existence of the Palestinian people, to denying their very own humanity. You have ministers who are responsible for controlling the lives of Palestinians who have been convicted even in Israel for being provocateurs, for attacking Israeli security, for attacking Palestinians. And they're inviting a lot of these pogroms and a lot of these attacks by Israeli settlers against Palestinian civilians and by Israeli occupation authorities against Palestinian civilians. This is not a case of Palestinians who want to remain occupied so they can remain violent. That's a very racist idea to present, quite frankly. The continuation of the occupation.
Let's move it on. No, let's move it on. Francesca, the bottom line is little's going to change without a massive international effort. Francesca, what do you make of the response to the Al-Aqsa provocations? The Canadian Prime Minister calling on Israel to shift its approach from the violent scene at Al-Aqsa, but there was little else, really. Would you call for more international condemnation, and what more needs to be done?
Hello, young Mantic. What's up?
Yes, it's clear that mere words of condemnation do not work. Do not work anywhere, particularly here, where, again, I want to stress for the viewers that the relationship is not a symmetrical one between two equal entities or countries. There is one people and one state occupying another, with a significant asymmetry of forces and power in coming into play. Instead of acquiescing to these state of affairs and calling for negotiations between the occupier and the occupied, the international community should simply abide by international law, and so do not recognize the illicit act, the internationally wrongful act committed by Israel, and do not cooperate or extend recognition of the colonization of the occupied territory.
I'm glad everyone's like, shut the fuck up, Tel Aviv. I guess that's one thing I would say, the difference between Al Jazeera's coverage of this versus what you see in mainstream media, even though they do kind of try and do this both sides thing, and you see here, let's hear from both people. In Western journalism, you would have like two Zionists coming on to this segment, maybe one who's more of a liberal and one who's more of just a bloodthirsty reactionary, and kind of have them agree on 90% of things, and then kind of have some kind of like fake argument about the level of settler and apartheid violence that should be inflicted on the Palestinians. Whereas even though Al Jazeera is still kind of engaging in a little bit of this both sides way of presenting the issue, they have two articulate Palestinian supporters versus this kind of reactionary settler in Tel Aviv, and you see how the balance is maybe a little bit different, which is like you can still see they're fundamentally far different from the mainstream Western version of these events, which we normally get described to us. Take care, Cornoba. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, very lib in a lot of ways. This is one issue they're okay on, and could be way better. But you'd never see the woman in Ramallah here. You'd never ever see her perspective being aired on a CNN or CBS or Fox or whatever. It would just be two different Zionists with maybe slightly different ideas about how the ethnic cleansing and this settler process should continue.
And also ask for cessation and reparations for these illegal acts. But also in the current reality, it's absolutely necessary to deploy a protective presence that guarantees the safety and security of all
Alan Dershowitz and Barry Weiss, yeah,
because they are the most exposed to the violence, but also the
how is it, when you criticize Israel, is it really anti-Semitic or just only a little bit? Let's hear from Barry Weiss on this. That would be the Western version.
Israelis. But again, this should lead as a long-term solution to the dismantlement of the occupation and the dismantlement of the colonization that Israel maintains over the occupied territory, because this is not in line with international law.
Uri, I want to come back to Noor's point about the current government, and it's fair to say, isn't it, that the right-wing elements, they do nothing to reduce tensions, like the ministers Smotrich and Ben-Gvir?
I don't subscribe to anything they say.
Sorry, Uri, please continue.
I don't subscribe to anything they stand for or say, and there's
you do, sir.
Israel,
You do.
Unfortunately, they won the elections, but now recently we have because they started.
You do
they
subscribe
launched
to it, sir.
A motion to really move Israel from being democracy. The majority of the Israeli people is
Not a
uprising
democracy.
against it, and I think it will reflect itself in the next elections. But I really was a bit annoyed by what the speaker from the UN said, and frankly, we're talking about a big perspective. It's about time.
You've repeatedly done it over the course of this conversation. Yeah.
Problem, and try to really solve it, because the UN has this UNRWA, which perpetuates the situation of the Palestinian refugees instead of solving and settling it, and instead of encouraging them to join the members of the Abraham Accords, who move forward with Israel rather than being stuck in the past.
Okay, Uri, let's throw that back to Francesca. We're just coming right to the end of the program. So Francesca, if you could wrap it up pretty quick, thanks.
Yes, I mean, I agree again that the UN should take responsibility for the question of Palestine, which is a responsibility for the UN, and it has been so for 75 years. But this
fucking guy
cannot happen without, again, ending the occupation, because right now, this is the main problem that needs to be resolved.
And Noor, so final word to you, Noor, ending the occupation, that's the only solution.
Yes, and Jerusalem will remain the epicenter of events at this point, because Israel is deliberately provoking. As long as there is this occupation that continues, and as long as Palestinian refugees continue to be denied their right to return to their homes, and as long as you have people who are willing to dehumanize Palestinians and attack them for demanding freedom, without feeling shame or without facing consequence.
Oh boy, some veiled heat coming in this ending. Oh my goodness. As long as certain individuals who we don't need to name engaging in this kind of genocidal and racist rhetoric. Oh boy.
And as long as Palestinian refugees continue to be denied their right to return to their homes, and as long as you have people who are willing to dehumanize Palestinians and attack them for demanding freedom, without feeling shame or without facing consequence, it is unlikely that we will see any change in the dynamics, unfortunately.
All right, on that note, we'll leave it.
That was fantastic. That was a fantastic way to end. So that's it. I mean, I think you really do see a difference in Al Jazeera's coverage of this, which is not perfect. I mean, they still are committed to showing this, having the Zionist viewpoint on there represented in their panel. But the difference is you have actually like articulate and passionate Palestinian supporters pushing back on this, which you simply don't see. You don't see that whatsoever in Western media. So you do see the big difference there. And now, folks, it's time to go. It's time to say goodbye. It's been wonderful to hang out with you all today and this week. Thank you to everyone who tuned into the stream. Thank you to everyone that was able to support the stream and the channel today and this week and all the time. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you, folks. Even the lurkers, even the non-subscribers, anyone that takes the time out of their day to tune into this channel and to engage or not engage, I appreciate all of you. Maybe the subscribers and the supporters, maybe a little bit more. Maybe there's a little bit more appreciation for them. That's true. I'm not going to deny that, but I still appreciate the non-subscribers and the non-supporters as well. So finally, we're going to be able to raid our friends in Subversive History. So please give my regards to our friend Johnny and Subversive History. Really good Twitch stream that I really encourage everyone to follow and support as well. I may be back tonight. Again, I don't want to guarantee anything, but this evening, I may be back for another round of Cyber Rob 2077. So if you're interested in some gaming hangouts later, I could be around for that. It's a possibility. It's a distinct possibility. So perhaps I'll see you then. So I'm going to raid now. I'm going to go ahead and click the raid button. What time might that be? I would say around 9:30 Eastern. The cycle of violence is TRRS raiding subversive history and then them raiding back. That's right. That's how we keep the perpetual cycle going. So thanks again, folks. I got some kind of alarm going off. The woke police are coming to arrest me. I'll talk to you soon. I don't know what this is. Okay, bye.